This is another case that takes us to that line of bad parenting versus criminal negligence. This is a mother from Indiana who had a child that wouldn't stop crying. She had been out a day or two before and took a pill she thought was Molly.
Really bad.
It actually happened to contain meth, and she said she was still high several days later. When the baby wouldn't stop crying, she laid her down on the couch and put another cushion over top of her. Apparently, her children were playing on the couch and smothered the baby. Although one of her daughters made a statement that Mom put the pillow over the baby's face.
State versus Dacia Lacey, bench trial.
Mom said she put the baby face down on the couch between two cushions before falling asleep herself. That she never put pressure on her. She just put the other cushion on top of her. She had been trying to soothe her and nothing was working.
Steve, is there a juvenile witness?
Yes.
Okay. That one you can't do.
We've talked about that.
Okay. I think that's the only category, I think. Is there anyone else that needs prohibited?
So we're playing the crime scene video, and then we'll have photos of the decedent. So we've kind of discussed that with him when those would be, so that he doesn't show that either.
Okay. In my understanding, the passes, you don't show those anyway. So, FCC? Or FCC or just station policy?
Station policy.
Okay.
The mother's being charged under Indiana Code, Statute 35-46-1-4.
If there is a
Person's
photo of the child that is not
neglect of a
graphic in
dependent.
nature,
A person having the care of a dependent, whether assumed, voluntary, or because of a legal obligation, who knowingly or intentionally places the dependent in a situation that endangers the dependent's life or health, and it becomes a level 1 felony if it is committed under that subsection and results in the death or catastrophic injury of a dependent who's less than 14 and the person is over the age of 18. So what she's facing is a level 1 felony. Prosecutors are looking to charge her, sentence her to up to 60 years for this crime.
Dacia Lacey, starter 49D322301F10022113. She's present in person by counsel Mr. Mansour, Ms. Benson Coy, State of Indiana by Ms. Park, Ms. Carpenter, third counsel, Frankus? No?
Ms. Park.
Park? No.
Oh,
I did do Park.
this is the detective.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Jamie Davis.
You never know.
Yes.
Okay, so it's Carpenter and Park.
Yes.
All right, very good. We are set for bench trial today. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are.
State ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Any administrative matters we need to take care of before we start, state?
Just, we would designate Detective Jamie Davis as our assistant witness.
Otherwise, answer you want separation of witnesses?
Yes, Judge.
Or grant separation of witnesses. Both parties are responsible for knowing who their witnesses are and making sure they're not present while other witnesses are testifying. Anything else administratively?
Just in terms of the juvenile witness, she will be 5 next week.
Okay.
So I know that's an age that the court generally likes to bring her in and do sororability yourself. So that's what we've advised the family. We're going to do some professional witnesses first, so she'll be later this morning.
Okay. Anything administrative from defense? No, Judge. Okay. You're all ready to begin?
Yes, Judge.
I would note that the witness stand will be as far to the end as possible so that the defendant actually can have the sight line. If for any reason the defendant cannot see the witness, just let me know and we'll make the necessary adjustment. Okay? Opening statement, keeping in mind, state that if it's a bench trial, I have not read the probable cause affidavit, and so If I read it a year ago, it may have been the only time I did. So with that understanding, State, you may begin.
On August 29th, 2022, paramedics and police responded to 2706 Burton Avenue in Marion County on the northwest side. Upon arrival, they found Alana Lacey, a 2-month-old baby girl. She was deceased on the couch. First responders noticed that she was stiff and cold, but they attempted life-saving measures regardless. Ultimately, Dr. Greg Ferris with Riley Hospital responded and declared Alana deceased, explaining that rigor was already setting in and that there was nothing that they could do to save her. Responding officer Brian Harvey contacted a child abuse detective, Detective Jamie Davis, and she responded to the scene. The scene was processed, and the surviving children that were in the home, a 3-year-old little girl and a 1-year-old little boy, were removed to stay with some family. Ultimately, an autopsy was completed of Alana, and Dr. Amanda Paul called both manner and cause of death undetermined. She will explain to the court today why undetermined cause of death is not uncommon in certain types of infant deaths, and she will explain how conflicting accounts of what happened simply cannot confirm medical finding beyond undetermined for the manner of death. From the time the first responding officers arrived to the time that the defendant was arrested for this offense, there have been multiple stories about what happened to Alana. There have been multiple timelines about what happened to Alana. In some versions, Dacia will say she was gone for no more than 15 minutes to collect laundry. In other stories, she says she had fallen asleep for an unknown amount of time. In some versions, Alana was laying normal on the couch. And in others, the 1 and the 3-year-old were the ones that put a pillow over her. In other versions of the story, the final version of the story that she tells the detective is that she just wanted Alana to stop crying. So she took Alana's face and put it into the couch cushions until she stopped crying and then went to sleep, knowing that that was dangerous for her infant. At the end of today's evidence, the state is confident that the judge will find that Dacia Lacey's negligence is criminal and it caused Alana's death. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the defense wish to make opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Judge, this is a case of an exhausted mother and an eager detective, not of neglect. The 2 questions the court must ask itself is: did Dacia knowingly place Alana in an unsafe sleep position, and by
Little slow.
Sorry. And by placing Alana in that position, was Dacia aware of the high likelihood that Alana's life was in danger? The answer to both of these questions is no. Dacia Lacey had 3 kids under 3 in the home at the time. The youngest, Alana, was cranky, crying, and would not stop crying. Dacia tried everything to get her to stop crying, including putting her in a swing, giving her a bath, rubbing lotion on her, and even simply just begging her to stop crying. At this point in time, she has 2 other kids she needs to take care of, 3-year-old Grace and 1-year-old Julius. She does what exhausted mothers are supposed to do. She puts the baby on the couch and walks away. She takes care of her other 2 kids. She puts Julius to bed, and she puts Grace to bed with her. When Grace wakes up and Julius wakes up, she doesn't hear Alana. So she starts doing what she can while the baby is asleep, getting laundry together. And then when she does go in to check on Alana, she finds the mother's worst nightmare. She finds that her baby's deceased. You will hear the 911 call in this case. And in that case, you will hear a grief-stricken mother and a confused mother in between her wailing and asking for help. You will see that mother when the police arrive. When the coroner arrives, when DCS arrives, when the detective arrives, Dacia is cooperative. She tells them everything she can remember at that point in time. She even does reenactment for them 2 hours after she found her deceased. Later on in January, she gives a 3-hour statement to the detective, a detective who is doing her job but using manipulative tactics in order to get Dacia to confess to smothering her baby. But she doesn't do that. You can tell she's a mother who blames herself and who's grasping at straws, trying to find an answer as to what happened to her baby. She tells the detective she might have been high from an ecstasy pill that she took a couple days before. She tells the detective that she tapped the baby on the leg. She tells the detective that the other kids might have done something to her while they were playing in the front room. Eventually, the detective gets her to say, while she's crying on her shoulder, that the baby could have been smothered on the couch. You will also see the medical evidence in this case. The pathologist, despite all of the information that she was given by the detective and the family in this case, still found that the manner of death and cause of death is undetermined. You will see no signs of smothering. There are no injuries, internal or external, and no sign of asphyxiation, including petechiae, which would be what would normally be present for asphyxiation. The evidence will leave this court with a lot of questions and not a lot of answers. And the reason that this court will have a lot of questions is because this is a tragic accident with no real explanation. And we will ask the court at the end of the probably couple days to find Dacia not guilty of neglect. Thank you.
All right. The record reflects that both sides have made an opening statement. You may call your first.
Thank you. State Officer Brian Harvey.
Did I swear you in?
Yes, sir, you did.
Sorry. You want to tell the court who you are and how you spell your name?
Brian Harvey, last name Harvey. I'm a patrol officer with Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department.
Thank you. State.
Thank you. Officer Harvey, how long have you been with IMPD?
Approximately 20 years.
And what training did you go through to be a law enforcement officer?
I went through ILEA, which is Indiana Law Enforcement Academy, and also the IPG Training Academy.
Okay. And what is your role within IMPD?
I'm a patrol officer, beat officer, so I respond to 911 calls to locations to assist people.
What shift and district do you work?
Day shift, Northwest District.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to August 29th of 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Were you dispatched to 2706 Burton Avenue?
Yes.
And is that here in Marion County, Indiana?
Yes.
What was going on when you arrived at that address?
Well, I was dispatcher on a death investigation involving an infant.
Okay.
So I arrived on scene. Medics with IFD and IEMS were already on scene and in the house. When I walked in, EMTs had, I don't remember whether they were from IFD or IEMS, had the infant on couch, I guess trying to sit and resuscitate.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the infant when you walked in?
I immediately noticed as I walked by and got a view that the infant appeared stiff, as though it already had gone into a rigor.
Okay. And were you the first responding officer that day?
Yes.
Who else was present in the home besides first responders?
The defendant was in the residence and her other two children.
Okay. And were the other two children young children?
Yes, they were toddlers.
Okay. And do you see the person you referred to as a defendant? Do you see Dacia Lacey in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please identify her for the court?
She is wearing all yellow.
Judge, may the record reflect that the witness was identified the defendant?
It will.
Can you describe her demeanor when you arrived?
When I first walked in the door, she was sitting on the floor at the end of the couch, right at the end of the hallway, kind of facing down. So her back was to the door. She appeared to be crying out loud, kind of sobbing and wailing.
Kind of describe your interaction with her.
Once I saw her, I walked around. First thing I kind of noticed, I mean, the sobbing and the loud crying seemed a little off. At that moment, I didn't know what it was. It just seemed a little off. So I walked around in front of her, so I was standing kind of in the hallway, the end of the hallway, and got her attention and began to speak with her and told her I needed to get some information from her about herself, the infant, and the situation. She immediately stopped crying, looked up, and stood up. At that time, I noticed that there was no redness in the eyes, no tears, and the whole grief did not seem genuine to me, in my opinion.
Were you able to get her information and Alliance information, a basic idea of what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And were you wearing a body camera that day?
Yes.
Okay. And there were other officers that responded to the scene, including Officer Goff. Is that correct?
Yes, Sergeant Goff.
Sergeant.
Yes.
Harvey. And he was wearing a body camera as well.
Yes.
Okay. And had you had the opportunity to review both your body cams prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. And if I can approach the witness.
Right.
Is that your initials on the disc of what you reviewed?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move states one into evidence, which is the body camera of Officer Harvey and Sergeant Ross.
So, States 1 admitted without objection.
Recording. That's recording.
You might want to start getting run at 16th Lafayette on the south side with 10s and 20s tied up. It's going to be a while, and they're not going to know the intersection on the south side. Oh, yeah. What happened? Were you able to tell me what happened?
I still can go to the laundromat. I came in here to grab the swing because my son had David on the swing, so I took her out. Laid her on the couch after I propped the bottle up to feed her. They were sitting down watching TV on the couch. I'll be going in the kitchen, but I'm gonna get her something to eat. I came back to check on her, and I'm like, where's my baby? She had a pillow over the baby like that. And I moved her to move the pillow, she wasn't breathing. I don't know, my kids actually accidentally rolled on her, or she stopped breathing. I'm thinking they accidentally rolled on my baby.
Where was the baby lying?
Lying flat out on the couch eating a bottle. And I think they rolled on her by accident.
What's her name? Or do you have ID?
Oh, just I still got film.
No, that's, I mean, you gotta take care of them too. And, but you can verbally give me your information. CIA?
Yeah.
What's your Lacey? L-A-C-E-Y? What's your date of birth? What's your close number? What's the phone number?
I'll be sick.
You have to try to take care of your patient, buddy. Is there, where they're trying to help? Is it your daughter?
Yeah.
Okay, what's her name?
Amanda.
Spell it.
A-L-O-E-A.
Last name?
Lacey, L-A-C-E-Y.
What's her date of birth?
sorry. How long ago did you lay her down there before you found her?
I was in my room like, to be honest, so ready to try to go to the laundromat. I think it was like 15, 20 minutes.
Before you called us or before we made it?
I was on the phone with when I wanted this.
So 15 minutes from the time you laid your daughter down with the bottle and you went back out there?
Yeah.
And then did you call right away?
Yeah, so I seen her, and it just seemed like y'all took forever to get here.
And my name's Dr. Ferris. I'm not really out. So when was the last time you saw her?
You took
What time?
What time is it
It's
now?
10:30 right now.
Looks like 9:30.
9:30. Did she have any medical problems at all?
No.
Okay.
You're trying to get this stuff because you love you. Why? Come here.
What they're doing. So they're working. Mom says the baby was in the little rocker there. The other child was kind of pulling, so she got her out of the rocker with the heater anyway, and laid her on the couch with the bottle.
She's got later. There's nothing we're gonna do. Like that kind of all here. She is. She's still all of it, and you can't turn her neck. She's got independent blood down on the bottom. Mental is child abuse taken at home.
Yeah, child abuse and ACS. F.A. Ferris, F.A. said they got through in there to Ferris. Who did? Well, when you said it on the radio, they typed it in as Dr. Ferris. I was like, you know what, in your position,
Riley's medical director.
okay, good. Your Riley position. How long did the child been seen?
But that rigor, we couldn't turn her neck. She had dependent lividity. It was obvious signs of death.
Okay. But there's no like minimum amount of time for it goes in the rigor, probably goes in the rigor and that.
Okay. And she was old. But she'd been dead a while, but I can't give you all of it. But rigor, dependent lividity, two terms.
Rigor and what was the
Dependent.
all of it.
L-I-V-I. E-I.
L-I-V-I-D-I-T-Y. Independent, just like Independent or
Yeah.
ENT?
My wife.
Okay. Okay.
It's my test dependent or whatever. Okay. Great. All right.
What did I get you?
Design 30 and I don't think so. It starts in 136 inside. They said that they don't know what I'm getting. Maybe already rigor and infinity. That doesn't feel all. Saying that child was in a little box in there, but her other son kept pulling on it. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think so.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Thanks. But she said that the other son was pulling on the things that she got him out of that rocker and put him on the couch in a bottle. Gave him the bottle, laid the child down on the couch, popped the bottle up. You put back to get laundry ready to go to that laundromat. And I asked her how long time frame was back did. In fact, 15 minutes. I got Dacia Lacey.
That's right. Yeah, that's that person abuse. Oh, yeah, that person gets hanging on the wall. So, Dacia.
So yeah, she's claiming she told me she got the baby up out of that rocker in there, put him on the couch, and feed her anyway, so popped the bottle up, went back to the bedroom, get other kids ready to watch TV, went back home, yeah, like basically getting went back to get laundry ready to move to the laundromat. So I asked her how long she was back there. She came back. That's it. I was like, I don't think so.
And that is that officer or Sergeant Goff right there.
Yes.
So I will go ahead and publish his right now.
Yes, I did get a hold of the doctors and said, and she said that they do not do that, that it has to come through the coroner's office. Okay, so they have not been in a long time. That is correct. You can go 10-8, 136,
It could be decent part where I'm gonna have some evidentiary value here.
This video.
We can get him when he gets to
Okay.
the house. I mean, this is just him driving to the scene, right?
Yes, this is the video that defense wanted, so I didn't want to clip it.
Okay, the reason why we can't fast forward it though?
We can forward, and I think we can also cut it short once we pass them off.
Okay. Right, can you please fast forward to when you're ready?
It's looks like you're getting out of car.
Yes, that's good.
Just so I'm clear now, when he arrives on the scene, we are at, trying to see if I can see it on, so we're at 8:14 of the video. Down the bottom right-hand corner, I have
Yes.
8:14 out of 16:15.
Yes.
Everybody agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because if we review it, that's where I'll pull it up. Okay.
Go ahead. You can notify citizens, guys, on address that was set around there, in some cases, we ask the farm, we really go inside.
There's a little rocker there, another on got caught around a rocker, but anyway, laid on the couch, with a bottle,
They said I can skip just 13 minutes.
Okay, really where?
13 minutes, so I'm gonna skip ahead to there.
Okay. Like the next scan or the next person I can call them. Is there a mom? Can you find your mom? Where's your phone at? This one? Are you over here for me, okay? I know. Do you have a room that you find the toys in? Sweetheart? What's your name? I know you for it. What's your name?
Sorry, what should I be?
What is it? And guys? What's your name? Grace? Grace, do you have like a bedroom that has toys in it? Can you go play in there? Would that be cool?
My baby died. Ooh, they don't know. Lay on the couch, Peter, wow.
What's little brother's name? He's one. What's his name? Mimi? Mimi? You know what? Darius? Darius? Can you say Darius to your room by the good voice? Please? Can I call him Man? Will you take Man into your bedroom to play with him? Juliet. Oh, Juliet. He's handsome. You're a handsome little guy, man.
1702.
We don't get everyone dead yet. No.
There's a child on the couch. The one that's going to be subsequently called as a witness.
Yes.
Everybody agree? Okay. I thought so. I just wanted to clear while I'm looking at it. Thank you.
No, you're good. Please. Yeah. That's probably the best question. Here we go. We have pending infos right here, I think. Alana? Well, no, that's 20, right, yeah, 22, yeah.
And they're indicating they saw at 1521.
Okay.
Officer Harvey, was this a 911 call that came out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State would move State's Exhibit 2, which is the 911 call evidence.
No, Dacia States number 2 admitted without it. I just tell you, we're ready to play. We'll make sure everyone's ready.
Okay. Please.
Marion County 911, where's the location of? Oh my God, my baby's dead. My newborn is dead. I'm connecting us with the ambulance. What's the address? She's dead. My baby is dead. Dead. I need somebody here. It's 40 different over here. I don't know. My son died by accident. Okay, 2706? Is there an apartment number or letter? Ma'am, stop shouting, please. Somebody help me, please. Is there an apartment number or letter? Yes or no, ma'am? Help me! Help me! Ma'am, stop screaming, please. Please, dispatch, can you tell me what's going on, please? She just said, what? She said, do you know how busy he is? Man, somebody help me, please. Can you hear me? Please, did you have 2706 First Avenue? Oh, God! Do we know what happened at all? Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, you just did that. I'm sorry. It's very difficult to hear you. I've heard the exact same thing you have. Okay. Damn. Yes. Okay. What happened? My kid is fired. What happened to him? My daughter, she was in a tree. And I was beating on her. She was in a swing. I put her on the couch to prop her up. So scared. But I'm going to get her to get my kids something to eat. And my kid was sitting on the couch and my son sat on her. And when I picked her up, she's not breathing. She's not breathing. So she's not awake and she's not breathing? Yes. My son is on her. How old is she? Oh my God.
2 months. Okay, I need you to lay her down flat on the table, flat on her back. Let me know when you have that done. I'm going to give you CPR instructions, but I need you to go ahead and lay her flat on the table on her back. I'm helping you. I just need you to listen to what I'm saying, please. Ma'am. Do you have her on her back? Ma'am. You have to, ma'am. This is your daughter. She's 2 months old. I need you to listen to me. Can you get her onto her back flat on the table, yes or no? Ma'am. Is there someone else there that can do it for you? I can give instructions. I just need somebody to do it. Ma'am. Okay, you are going to put your index finger and your middle finger in between your chest. Or, I'm sorry, between the nipples, right in the center of her chest, okay? You're going to push down 1.5 inches and make sure you allow her chest to return to a normal position between each pump. We're going to do 30, okay? Ready? You ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Did you do those? Yes. Okay. I understand, and we're going to do 2 quick breaths. So I'm going to have you put your mouth over her mouth and nose. You're going to lift your chin a little bit. And give her 2 quick breaths. Give her 2 quick breaths, ma'am.
My daughter said she's been like this. I think my baby down.
Ma'am, this is the best way we can help her until they get there. And they are coming, so we can help her until they get there. You have to listen and keep doing this. Did you do the quick breaths or no? Okay, you're going to do 30 compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Give her 2 quick breaths using your mouth over her mouth and nose.
I need my baby back.
You got that?
Yes, I need my baby back.
Did you do the breath? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do the 30 compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Do the 2 quick breaths.
Yes, I'm trying to somebody please come.
They are coming. Did you do the breath? Did you do the breath? 30 compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Stand focus and do the 2 breaths. Focus.
I'm trying, my kid is crying.
What's more important right now is that you take care of the one that's not breathing.
I'm trying to.
You got the 2 breaths, so all you're doing is talking to me. Do 2 breaths.
Okay, hurry up.
They're going as fast as they can. 30 chest compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Did you do those? Yeah. Do the 2 breaths. Let me know when you're giving it to her. I'm doing it. I'm just pushing. I'm doing cookie hard. Did you do the 2 breaths? I'm breathing. Oh, there's things in here. It's not gonna come back. Man. Oh my God. Hurry up. Ma'am. Did you do the breath? Yes or no? Ma'am. 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 Oh my God! Can you hear me? Okay, have you continued to do the chest compressions? They're here, yes. Are they in there taking over? They're coming. Do the chest compressions until they get in there. I can't breathe.
Officer Harvey, did you then call for a child abuse detective in DCS?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any further involvement in this case?
No, ma'am.
I will pass the witness.
You may cross. Thank you, Judge. Officer Harvey, when you got there, the EMT had already been there, is that right?
They were there when I got there. Yeah.
And we saw in the body cam the child was on the couch.
Yes.
You wouldn't know if EMT have touched or manipulated, covered the child or any of that. You wouldn't know about that.
No. No.
This may have happened before you came in.
It's possible.
Did you get there first or Officer Goff?
I got there first.
Okay. And you have never touched the child?
No.
Now, you testified to how Miss Lacey was respond with you and all that.
Yes.
And that would be the box that we saw in the body cam.
Yes.
There wasn't anything that you were testifying to that was not seen in the body cam.
No, I did not. After my body cam ends, and after that last interaction, I didn't have any further interaction with her.
So your comments about how she was crying and wailing and then not, that would have been what we saw in the body cam.
Yes.
Now, before that day, you didn't meet Dacia Lacey before that day, that's correct?
Correct. I have not.
You have never met her before?
No, not that I'm aware of.
You have never observed her in any stressful or grief type situation before that day?
No.
Okay. Now, we also saw on both the body cams that we saw today, we saw the children, the 2 other children right there. That's how
Yes.
we found them.
Yes.
And they were in close proximity to Alana when you got there.
Yes.
Right. Now, you were in full uniform that day,
Yes.
and you testified that you did call it child abuse
Yeah.
PCS and child abuse detained.
Yes.
Isn't that a standard procedure in any case of deceased child?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing on that.
So you called DCF because that was part of your standard protocol? Was it because of anything else you observed or just because it was protocol?
Yeah, that's what we do every time.
Okay. Check my notes. You said you felt that the defendant's actions were, in your words, off.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you indicated the reason why was because she appeared to be sobbing or crying, but didn't have any redness in her eyes and no tears.
Yes, that was part of it.
Okay. I want to make sure I get all of it. Was there anything else that led you to draw that conclusion?
Well, initially, when I walked in, the sobbing and the wailing, what made me initially feel a little off was, I guess, the way it sounded. It sounded more forced than natural to me.
Help me out with that. Can you get any more descriptive?
I guess the only I can relate to is a bad actor on a movie or show that can't cry or sound, I guess, genuine. It just didn't sound natural.
Okay.
And part of it, I guess, is the experience. I mean, I've dealt with hundreds of people in emotional situations and over my career.
So she wasn't responding in the way that was normal for what you had seen on other similar circumstances?
No.
Okay.
And
just so I'm clear, how many dead baby cases do you think you've handled in your career?
Me personally, as the primary officer, probably maybe 4, and I've probably been on scene of another 3.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Questions on the court? Questions, Stan?
No.
Defense?
Great, Judge. Officer Harvey, you said the way she sounded wasn't genuine to you.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that would have been the box that we saw on video. In the
Yes.
Exactly. Right.
Yes.
And you have not interacted with Dacia Lacey since then or before that, is that
Correct. I have not.
okay? And you have handled or been around or in your career about 7 dead baby cases.
Yes, approximately.
In 20 years.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Carpenter, anything further?
No.
All right, so you're going to step down?
Previous witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes.
State will call Dr. Gregory Ferris.
See the pathologist? You see the pathologist?
No, he is the doctor that you saw on the body cam, actually, that came to the house. There's a range, so just watch your step.
So you want to raise your hand? You promise what you're about to tell the court is going to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Can you tell me who you are and how you spell your name for our record?
Yep. Gregory Ferris, GREGORYFARIS.
Thank you, Dr. Ferris. How are you employed?
I'm employed by Indiana University School of Medicine as well as IU Health physicians.
Okay. And what is your educational background for those positions?
I completed medical school at IU School of Medicine, did a pediatric residency at Northwestern University in Chicago, pediatric emergency medicine fellowship in Cincinnati at Cincinnati Children's Hospital, and an EMS fellowship here at IU School of Medicine.
And do you also have some unique positions within IFD and IEMS?
Yeah, I am the medical director for Indianapolis Fire Department and a deputy medical director for pediatrics for Indianapolis EMS.
And what do those roles entail?
From the IFD perspective, we perform quality control, review runs, talk to crews, make sure that from the medical side they're doing what they need to do. Indianapolis EMS do the same thing, except for specifically just for pediatric patients, and then we write protocols as a group that our paramedics and EMTs function from.
Okay. And as a part of those roles, do you have a response vehicle that you actually respond to runs with?
Correct. Yep. I have a response vehicle from Indianapolis Fire Department.
And is that specifically for pediatric cases?
No, not specifically. I'm the medical director for all of Indianapolis Fire Department, so I can respond to anything.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to your involvement with the case right here on today.
Okay.
Were you working in that capacity on August 29th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you respond to 2706 Burton Drive here in Marion County, Indiana?
Yes.
How did you come to respond to that address?
I receive, there's a dispatch for pediatric cardiac arrest specifically that I receive a page for every pediatric cardiac arrest in the city.
Okay. And do you respond to all of those?
No.
Okay. If you are able to respond, do you respond?
Correct. Yeah. So if I am close by that I can get there safely, or am not tied up doing something else, then I get there, and I'm supplementary to the medics.
Okay. Upon arriving at the 2706 Burton Drive address, what did you observe?
I walked in, and the firefighters and the IEMS, EMT, and paramedic were performing CPR on the patient.
Okay. What did you observe about the patient?
She was on the ground. They were doing CPR, and the paramedic felt like she called me over, and she was concerned that the patient had been dead for a very long time. And so that's what
the patient had what?
Been dead for a very long time.
Okay. And what kinds of things did you notice about the patient out by your?
So she told me what her concerns were, and I did a quick exam. Patient had what we call rigor mortis. So we were unable to move her head back to midline and bend her arms.
Why is it important to move the neck or head back to midline?
So that we can do proper ventilation and control the airway, but also it was just a sign that we couldn't move her neck at all.
Okay, and so that's the rigor mortis that you were talking about?
Yes.
Are there any other, there was reference, I think in the body cam, obvious signs of death. Was there anything else besides the rigor that you noticed?
Dependent lividity, so there's darkness. There was darkness on the back, and then also I believe on the right cheek, because that was the way that the head was kind of turned. So it's dependent on how the patient is lying,
okay,
or sitting or whatever.
And that would have been how they were lying after death.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Was she cold?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to gather any sort of history from the mother?
I spoke to her very briefly when I got there, and the paramedic had kind of voiced her concerns, and I did a confirmatory test. I asked them to continue CPR just so I could talk to the mom. I don't recall completely what she said in terms of history at that time.
She, the paramedic?
Yeah, the mother, I'm sorry. Yep.
And Did you pronounce Alana deceased at the scene?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you recall what time it was?
10:34. That's what was in my notes.
Is that common to declare a child deceased on scene?
Not entirely.
Common to call what?
Declare a child deceased on scene?
Thank you.
Not entirely. It is within our paramedics protocols that if there are obvious signs of death, that they can cease efforts or not start efforts. But most times, I think our paramedics are a little hesitant in children, and so they tend to transport patients.
Okay. And they did insert an IO into her.
Yeah, an intraosseous. It's a way to provide medication. They had not when I got there, but when I asked them to continue efforts, we're not gonna, while I was talking to Mom, I asked them to go ahead and put the IO in so that if things were different or if we needed to continue, that we were still moving in a forward direction.
Now, tell me what IO is.
It's intraosseous needle, so it's a needle that we put into the bone marrow, so through skin, through the outside of the bone, and the needle sits in the bone marrow, and we're able to provide fluids, medication, anything you would use from an IV. It is an easier, faster way for us to gain access for medication.
And that basically just kind of looks like a little bolt in the leg.
It's what an IO looks like.
Yeah.
It's a needle of varying lengths depending on how large the patient is. There's a hub that we can connect IV tubing to that sits outside of the bone, outside of the skin.
After you declared Alana deceased, what did you do next?
I went and told Mom that she was dead.
Nothing further to this witness.
You need a press?
Doctor, you said that EMS tends to transport children. They don't like to declare on scene necessarily, correct?
I don't know that I would say they don't like to. They just tend to, it's, they declare patients dead all the time on scene. And I think that when it's a child, it is a little bit different for them. And so they do. It's not very common, but when patients have prolonged signs of prolonged death, they will, even without a physician there. Just not quite as common.
And in this case, they did have a physician there, though they had to be there.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about rigor mortis. You said that the baby had rigor mortis when you arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can rigor mortis tell you anything about the time of death?
No.
Okay. What does it tell you?
That the patient had been dead for a while. I can't give you a time though.
So a while, but there is no real time. Like you can't stay 2-4 hours.
No, I can't time it.
What about with that dependent morbidity? Did that give you a time of death?
No.
So there's no any medical certainty. Can you say when this child died?
No, it's just a sign of prolonged death. That's all I can say.
And then you also testified that based on morbidity, you can tell which or how a patient was lying. Is that correct?
Loosely, yes. I mean, because it is pooling, so it's gravity, so it goes to, the position that is lowest.
And so you said in this particular case, it was on the back and on the right cheek.
Yes.
Is that correct? Sorry. And does that tell you anything about how the child was lying?
What that tells me is in the fact that we could not get the head back to midline. That was the way that the patient's head was stuck, like this, to the right side. So it just tells me that the head was turned. That's all.
Okay. So the head was lying on the right side.
Yeah, which is the same reason we couldn't move the neck back to midline or head back to midline.
So that would have been, and so you saw the couch that in the house, is that correct?
There was a couch, yes, in the house.
So if she was lying on the couch, would she have been facing away from the couch or?
I have no idea. The patient was on the floor when I got there.
Okay. And I wanted actually to ask you about that too. When you arrived, the patient was not on the couch, correct?
No.
And there was no blanket on the patient at that time?
No, my understanding was that the IFD or IMS, I'm not sure which, had placed the patient on the floor, but when I got there, all I saw was a patient that was on the floor and CPR was in progress, so was exposed.
Before you left, someone had placed the patient, the child, on the couch, is that correct?
Before I left, I have no idea.
Okay.
I know that the patient, I don't know what happened after I left.
No, I'm sorry, I must have said that wrong. Before you left, did someone place the patient on the couch? To your knowledge?
No, I don't know that.
And so your understanding was to remove her off the couch onto the floor?
Yeah, which is common when we do CPR. We like to get to a hard surface, as opposed to that way when we're doing compressions, you're pushing against something hard, and so we would almost. I've never seen anyone try to do compressions on a couch. We move them to a hard surface so that we have something to push against when doing the chest compressions.
You direct?
No, you're not.
Yeah, I want to go back to the rigor mortis.
Okay.
So you've indicated that doesn't tell us anything about time of death?
That, not to my, I'm not a pathologist but we consider that.
What you said you had background in pediatric emergency medicine.
Correct.
Okay. That doesn't include responding to death scenes.
Say it again.
That doesn't include responding to death scenes and dealing with rigor mortis issues.
We see rigor mortis quite frequently, but I would never try to time something based on rigor mortis or.
All right. So the fact that the EMS person was concerned that the decedent had been dead for a while, I take it from what you're telling me doesn't have any medical significance to you.
I'm sorry, I don't necessarily understand your question.
Well, again, if rigor mortis doesn't tell us anything about time of death, then it doesn't really. Was there any real significance to the EMS person saying that they thought the decedent had been dead for a while?
So it takes time for rigor mortis to set in, and so if somebody has just died, they don't have rigor mortis. But as that the process of death and thereafter, and I can't tell you how long it is, but at some point rigor mortis sets in. So we call that a sign of obvious death.
Is that a question that's better directed to a pathologist?
Correct. But the rigor mortis, dependent lividity, those are obvious signs of obvious death. So no interventions that I would do would have any change.
Obvious death, but not time of death.
Correct.
Okay. I want to make sure I understood correctly. I thought I heard you say that you had EMS continue on with CPR, even though you knew at that point that it wasn't going to change things, or it wasn't necessary.
Correct.
And it almost sounds as if that was, for lack of a better word, a stalling tactic or something else, so that you could talk to the mom. Would that be fair?
I wouldn't call it a stalling tactic.
My word, not yours. Why did you do that?
Because I wanted to talk to mom to let her know that we are doing CPR at this time, but nothing that we do is going to change the outcome, and that we're going to say that her child has died. And then, after I have that conversation, then going back and calling the patient dead, and then going back in and going back over to mom and say, we've now called your child dead. We do this quite frequently in the emergency department as well, where we go and try to almost prepare families for what is about to happen, so that then when we actually stop, then we can go back out and tell them that their child is dead.
Okay. So doing CPR at the time that you did it wasn't at that point because you suspected any criminal activity. Would that be fair?
I don't ever think in terms of criminal activity. I'm sorry. I think of
Fair enough.
I think of my responsibility is to that child.
So the CPR really was to comfort the decedent's family, to let them have the understanding that you'd done all medical intervention that you could.
Correct.
Okay.
You could probably say it that way. We very commonly in the emergency department will continue CPR while we wait for families to show up, so that they can see that we are doing CPR and we have done it, even though
it's totally meaningless at that point medically.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's important for families to see that we've done what we can.
Okay. Any significance medically to the fact that she was cold?
It's another sign of prolonged death.
Okay. Questions on the court's question, State?
Dr. Harris, can you describe just briefly what causes rigor mortis and dependent lividity?
Dependent lividity is a gravity, essentially of pooling blood more than anything else. And so as your heart is no longer pumping, gravity takes effect and things. And then rigor mortis, I can't describe the pathophysiology, I'm sorry, for rigor mortis.
And while you can put like a minute, hour, day on rigor mortis, in this case, you describe it as prolonged.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thanks.
Thank you, Judge. The child being cold, can that give you a time or range of death either?
No.
So nothing in this case, as far as you're concerned, with any medical certainty can give you a range or a time.
No.
Okay. Let me ask you one basic question. I'll probably open up the whole entire area here, but how familiar are you with SIDS?
I mean, we deal with SIDS frequently. I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Not an uncommon situation medically.
It is something that we see. I think that there are, we see a lot of cases. So I guess my view of SIDS is that it is something that happens. It is rare. I mean, I have a biased view, right? In the city, we have approximately 30 to 40 pediatric cardiac arrests per year for our entire county. Okay, that occur out of hospital, right? So that IEMS responds to about 30 to 40, somewhere in there. Mm-hmm. So of the entire population that IEMS responds to, we have 30 to 40 pediatric cardiac arrests a year. That's a rare occurrence. Now, the portion of those that are SIDS is probably lower, and there's a lot of cases of suffocation that occur that aren't necessarily SIDS, and so it's hard to. Sometimes that's hard for us to know exactly what happened. In my work, I care less about how, for some things, how it happened, right? So if I have a child that's in cardiac arrest, it doesn't matter how they got to cardiac arrest outside of, if I'm going to do the same thing. Finding out later is important. So.
You indicated you had a bias, and what did you mean by that?
My bias, so I work at Riley, where we tend to get a lot of cardiac arrests. Mm-hmm. So, a general emergency medicine provider out in the community might see one pediatric cardiac arrest in their entire life, where I see, so that this whole process is more common to me than it is to somebody who's so that's my bias. Like, I have a biased view of how common something is.
Okay. Was there anything based upon what you observed, seen, that told you that this was not SIDS?
I wasn't looking at it from that view. I'm sorry.
Okay. Was there a reason why?
I was just looking at the child that we that we were doing CPR on, and we knew that the patient had been dead, had obvious signs of death.
Okay.
At that point, I wasn't really looking for a cause.
Based upon your background and experience, was there anything that led you to believe that there was something criminal about what you saw, as opposed to a medical?
I try not to think in terms of criminal. I'm sorry. I
understand, but that is why we're here.
I understand that, but that's not my view. Always is the medical. My job is to take care of the child, and that's so. I understand that we're here for a criminal thing. But I think of just the child.
Okay. All right. Questions on the court's question statement?
No.
Depends.
I have a few questions. Sir, you said that you see SIDS, but you also see suffocation deaths. Is that correct?
Yeah, we see lots of different causes of death.
And suffocation deaths and also the accidental. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And especially in children, are there any particular signs of asphyxiation or suffocation?
It depends how they're suffocated or asphyxiated. So there can be, but there also cannot be.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
State, further questions?
No, thank you.
All right. May the witness be excused?
Yes, and I'm releasing him from the subpoena. We will.
I'm sorry?
We will as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for coming in.
Of course.
Good time for us to take recess. We'll be. Let's take 15 minutes. Should move. Again, this is the efficiency in the room itself. The defendant has a right to see me. I'm the trier of fact. I have a right to see her. Couldn't see her at all.
And the state has to exhibit 3 of them this screen and talk with the defense. They were fine with it.
Go ahead and have a seat. We're waiting for. Now you ready to go? You need a chair? Thank you. Oh, okay. All right. We're back on record. The defendant's person. State has their next witness on the stand. Could raise your hand. You promise what you're about to tell the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under pain of penalty of perjury.
Yes.
All right. Could you please tell me who you are and how you spell your name?
My name is Jamie Sego, Jamisego.
Ms. Sego, how are you employed?
I am currently employed with the Fishers Police Department.
What is your role at Fishers?
I am a criminal forensic investigator.
Prior to working at Fishers, where did you work?
I worked at the Indianapolis-Marion County Forensic Services Agency, also known as the Crime Lab.
And what was your role with the crime lab?
I was a crime scene specialist.
What's a crime scene specialist?
A crime scene specialist is an individual that will respond to crime scenes to document the scene and collect evidence.
And is that essentially what you're doing at Fishers Lab as well?
Yes.
What is your education and training background that allows you to be a crime scene specialist?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice with a concentration in forensic science. I also have a master's degree in criminal justice with a concentration in law enforcement and corrections administration. And I also have a crime scene investigator certification through ILEA.
How long have you been a crime scene specialist?
Just over 4 years now.
And was the majority of that at the Marion County Crime Lab?
Yes.
And as a crime scene specialist, were you working on August 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to 2706 Burn Avenue?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived?
Initially, I went to speak with the detective that was on scene. She was taking a statement at the time, so I waited until she was done, and then I spoke with her.
And after you spoke with the detective, what did you do next?
When I got information from the detective, I began to document the scene.
And what's your first step in documenting the scene?
My first step would be taking a video. After that, I would take photographs.
And the crime scene video, is that a standard procedure when you respond to a death investigation?
Yes.
And after you take photos, what did you do next?
After I took photos, I documented the evidence that would be collected. I placed evidence counts and photographed those. A sketch and measurement was then completed, and those items were collected.
Were you also present during the reenactment video that the deputy coroner conducted?
Yes.
And did you collect any items?
Yes, I did.
What items?
I collected a blanket and a pillow.
And at this time, the state's going to move to State's Exhibit 3, which is a disc containing the crime scene video as well as the reenactment video.
No, we'll show the crime scene video. Both 3 is both?
Yes.
Okay. We'll show stage 3 admitted without objection.
Permission to publish.
May. So stop it, right? Lawyers, can you give me some context? What are you referring to as a reenactment video?
So as part of the SUDI form, which the pathologist will discuss, the deputy coroner does a reenactment with a baby doll on scene.
Okay.
So it has the defendant show the deputy coroner and the investigators how she found the students.
Okay. And is there's an audio portion of this as well?
Yes.
Is there a transcript?
No.
Why not?
I don't know.
Okay. Go ahead.
The action step.
And that's when I got pissed. And I was like, I know. She looked and I yelled at her and she started crying. And she's like, it's right. I got right here. And then I realized I can't. Let's see. Stop and process on
Jamie, we saw you in the hallway corner of that video, is that correct?
I was doing the video. I was behind the camera.
So you filmed the reenactment and the entire video?
Yes, I did.
And you said that you collected a pillow and a blanket, is that correct?
Correct.
And was that the blue pellet or the blue blanket?
Yes.
That we saw on top of the decedent?
Yes.
And which pillow was it?
It was the orange pillow that I zoomed in on that was on the right side of that couch.
And that was you zooming in the video?
Correct.
No further questions?
Even first? Thank you, Raj. Let's see, your job is to collect evidence, etc.
Correct.
And you do that based on directions you get from law enforcement officers.
It's a collaborative effort, so we will discuss the scene when we get there and determine what needs to be collected and what needs to be done on scene.
So specifically in this case, you discussed the collection process with Detective Head?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other officer detectives involved in that process?
There may have been one there earlier, but I don't believe I talked to them at all.
Okay. Now you talked about collecting a pillow and a blanket.
Yes.
That was based on your conversation with the detective?
Correct.
You did not collect them because of specific knowledge as to where they were at the time before you got them. Is that right?
We had discussed, we discussed the information that I had gotten on scene initially, that blanket and that specific pillow would be collected.
Okay, but my question is, you don't know where they were before you got them?
Oh, no, I do not.
Okay. Now, we saw 2 videos that you made that day, that's right?
Correct.
Do you remember around what time you made those videos?
I did not record the times that those were created, no.
Okay. Now, at the time you made the videos, the child, Lana, had been already removed from the scene, is that right?
The reenactment video, she was removed, but the crime scene video, she was still there.
Yeah, we saw her in the first video. About how much time between the 2 videos?
Maybe an hour, if that.
Do you at least remember, was this still morning hours, around noon, late afternoon, anything along those lines?
I arrived on scene approximately 12:25 p.m.
Okay. And your holding started shortly after that?
Yes.
Was the first video?
Yes.
And then the child was removed, and then we did the second video. That's correct.
Correct. After the evidence and everything was collected, the child was then removed.
Now, we saw in the first video, just the crime scene video where the child was in that video. Was the position of the child discussed at all, or how did that come about?
I don't believe it was discussed with me how the child was found. That's just how she was when I got there.
Similarly, whether or not a blanket was on Lana was not discussed with you, is that correct?
I was just informed that the blanket was placed on her. That's how it was when I got there.
And when you say it was placed on her, are you talking about placing her by her mother or by someone else?
I don't know who did it.
Okay. Thank you.
No questions.
All right. Thank you, Mia. Give me call next.
And we're gonna call Grace Lacy.
And can you raise your hand? You promise when you are going to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and the same penalty of perjury?
I do.
Right, please have a seat. Once you come on your chair, can you tell me who you are and how you spell your name for our record?
Yeah, my name's Kirsten. It's spelled Kirstin. Last name is Bryant, Bryant.
Kirsten, how are you employed?
I work for the Department of Child Services on the fatality unit.
What is your role on the fatality unit?
I'm a family case manager.
What does a family case manager do?
We investigate reports of abuse and or neglect.
How long have you been on the fatality?
On the fatality team, I've been on there since August of 22, so not quite 2 years.
How long were you with DCS prior to that?
2 years.
And are you still on the fatality unit?
Yes.
And I mean, the name kind of represents itself, but can you explain what that unit does?
Yeah, so we just investigate child deaths that come in.
What type of training and experience do you have in order to be on the fatality unit?
So initially start out with 3 months of cohort training in the very beginning, and then I do an extra 24 hours of training each year, and then the requirements for the fatality team is just to be with DCS for 2 years to learn the job.
How many people are on your unit?
There's 4 total.
How often do you review a fatality to reveal or investigate?
I would say on average, maybe 3 to 5 a month.
And is that you specifically?
Me and my team.
So the 4 of you guys get about 3 to 4 a month, is that fair to say?
Yeah, give or take.
And do you respond every time?
Yes.
And why?
Typically when there's a death of an infant that's not natural, there's questions as to why that child died.
And as the case manager for DCS, what do you do?
So I investigate those incidences of child fatalities.
Do you respond to the scene?
Yes.
And is IMPD usually involved as well?
Yes.
You work alongside IMPD then?
Yes.
Why are there two separate agencies investigating?
Due to the nature of the incident, with there being a child fatality, DCS works on our end to try and we both try to figure out, what happened, but then we have separate goals that we're trying to achieve.
After you respond to the scene, is it fair to say there's usually an autopsy done for every child fatality?
Yes.
Do you attend those as well?
Yes.
And does someone from DCS always attend the child autopsies?
Yes.
How often does the investigation become a criminal investigation?
It's hard to say. Typically, if there's reason to believe that something was intentionally done, then it turns into a criminal case. But if not, then it doesn't.
And what is the bulk of the fatalities that you investigate turn out to be?
Unsafe sleep.
Are you familiar with SIDS?
Yes.
And what's SIDS?
Sudden unexpected infant death.
And how common is that in your work?
It's fairly common.
How often do you testify in a criminal trial?
For DCS, this will be my first one.
And moving on to, you said you started the fatality unit in August of 2022.
Yes.
So I'm going to direct your attention to August 29th, 2022. Were you the DCS case manager that responded to 2706 Barton Avenue?
Yes.
And how many fatalities had you been a part of at that time?
That was my first one.
So this was your first one as the lead investigator for DCS?
Yes.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
When I arrived, there was law enforcement coroner's office outside just discussing kind of what happened, what occurred, and what the responding officers had observed when they arrived.
And what is your role when you get there?
So my role is to just talk with the detective on scene in the coroner's office, and then we all collectively interview any parties that are pertinent to the case.
And is the deputy coroner usually involved in those interviews as well?
Yes.
And who did you guys interview?
We interviewed Dacia Lacey.
See her in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you identify her by what she's wearing?
Yes, she's wearing a yellow jumpsuit.
May the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant.
It will.
And can you explain what the defendant told you happened with daughter?
So initially she had stated that she woke up and put her swing, propped a bottle up with a blanket, and then went back to sleep for a couple hours. She was then woken up by her other two children because they were hungry. So at that time she went out to check on Alana. She moved her from the swing to the couch, where she again propped up another bottle and then walked away for about 20 minutes to put laundry into a bag to go to the laundromat. She said after that 20 minutes, she walked out and saw that Alana was blue and responding. She had yelled at the kiddos and asked them what happened, but then realized because of their age, they couldn't really tell her what happened, so she called 911.
And after this interview, did you guys also have her do what is called a reenactment video?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of the reenactment video?
The purpose is so that way we can see how the child was placed and found, how the head was angled to see if the airways were obstructed at all.
And is that done for every child fatality?
Yes.
Why?
Just so that way we can have a clearer idea of the events that occurred leading up to the death.
And what type of factors are you looking for when the caretaker is doing the reenactment video?
Any unsafe sleep factors, any obstruction to the face.
And were those present in the reenactment video?
No.
And what else are you doing while you're at the home?
Observing the home for basic needs for the other children, observing beds where the children sleep, So specifically safe sleep for the 1-year-old and then the infant.
And there was also a 3-year-old, correct?
Yes.
And what sleeping arrangements did you identify for those 3 children?
So I identified a bed for the 3-year-old. There was a pack and play with a pillow and a blanket for the 1-year-old. And then there was also a pack and play for Alana. However, it was full of like clothes, diapers, and other things.
And that was in the same room as the bed for the caretaker?
Yes.
The pillow and blanket that was in the pack and play for the 1-year-old, would that be considered safe sleep?
No.
Why?
Safe sleep is supposed to be alone on your back in a crib at all times.
And why is it important to have like a crib-like surface to sleep?
So that way you can prevent suffocation of a child.
When you were on scene that day, did you administer a drug test for defendant?
Yes.
Why is that?
So anytime child fatality comes in, we ask the caregivers to screen just so we can rule out drugs being a reason for the fatality.
Can you walk us through how you administer a drug test?
So you just fill out the paperwork. I allow the client to take out the drug screen. They place the cotton part in their mouth. And then I tell them the end of it will turn blue once it's completed. Once that's done, they then stick it into the tube, and then that's sealed into a bag, and then I take it to the office where it's sent off to the lab for testing.
Do you also speak to the defendant about whether or not her drug test would be positive at that time?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She denied any illegal substance.
And that day we heard about Grace and Julius, 3-year-old and 1-year-old. Where did they go that day?
They went with Jennifer.
And is that now who has Grace full time?
Yes.
And Grace called her Mimi?
Yes.
And after that day, what did you do next?
So after that day, I then received an email from my coworker on September 1st with a statement that Grace had made to Jennifer about the baby being dead and mom.
Okay, you say it was what statement anyone has said is the same.
Thank you, Judge. I'm only asking for what Kirsten does next.
Our court will allow the evidence in, but will not consider it for the truth of the matter asserted, and only for why the witness did the next thing she did. Rules of evidence cannot consider it for the truth. You may answer with that understanding.
Okay.
So Jennifer, who has Grace, reaches out to
And I'm sorry, it was Jennifer in terms of relationship to Grace.
the Mimi.
Yeah.
Okay, but blood relative.
It's Dacia's dad's fiance.
Okay. All right.
So Jennifer is engaged to the maternal grandfather of Grace.
Yes.
So Jennifer reaches out to DCS. And what happens?
We then forward the information to Detective Hadley, who is working the investigation.
And Detective Hadley is now Detective Davis.
Yes.
And was that information from Jennifer part of your investigation?
Yes.
Did you also attend the autopsy?
Yes.
Were there any pertinent findings at the autopsy that you remember?
Not that I can remember.
At this point, are you kind of letting IMPD lead the way, or what is DCS doing?
So we did, for the most part, yes. I did schedule a forensic interview for Grace after the statement she had made to Jennifer. However, there was no disclosure made at that time.
And so at this time, what is DCS involvement with Grace and Julius, the 2 living children?
At this time, we were not involved. I'd been trying to get in contact with Miss Lacey, but was unsuccessful in regards to her drug screen. Once I made contact with her, I did advise her of the positive result.
And what did the defendant test for on August 20th?
Amphetamines and methamphetamine.
And you said that you ultimately were able to talk to the defendant about that.
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that positive drug screen?
And she told me that she was out with friends the weekend before and had taken a rolling pill that she had gotten from one of her friends.
Tell me that again. She'd taken one pill?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
It
sorry.
was a rolling pill the weekend prior to the child's death.
Weekend prior would have been, what day are you talking about when you came out for the investigation?
It was August 29th of 22.
Day of the week.
Oh, day of the week. Oh,
I believe it was a Monday.
I believe.
So it's the weekend prior, just, we're talking 2 or 3 days before or a longer period?
Yes.
2 or 3 days before?
Yeah.
Okay. Next.
Did she also disclose any other drug use?
Yes.
What other drugs?
She disclosed to using marijuana.
And did you ask about where the child would be when she would use marijuana?
Yes, she said that they would either be with their dad or asleep.
After that positive drug test, did you do anything with Grace and Julius?
Not at that time because we did give her another drug screen where she was negative. It wasn't until after she was re-interviewed by Detective Davis that we got involved.
And subsequently had chin cases regarding Grace and Julius?
Yes.
No further questions.
You may cross.
Thank you, Ms. Bryan. Now, drug tests are just regular procedure in these types of cases, is that right?
Yes.
And you said that this was your first this case.
Yes.
Now you testified, you reported to the scene on the August 29th date, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, it was to you at least, it wasn't just the deceased child.
Yes. Yes.
You were not, at that point, you didn't know the manner of death.
Correct.
And another word, anytime there is a deceased child, you will, DCS will get engaged in this, right?
Yes.
Now moving on, you said that there was two drug tests. One was positive and one was negative. Is that yes?
Yes.
The positive one was done the day of the 29th of August. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was the negative one done?
The negative one was done on October 27th of 2022.
Just to be clear, that day, August 29, when you left the scene and when everyone left the scene, 2 children were left with the mother. Is that?
She had stated she wanted them to be with Jennifer, so they did go with Jennifer.
Was this in an informal way or DCS removal procedure?
Informal.
Okay. So in another word, if say the following day Jennifer decided to bring the kids back to Dacia, DCS had no problem with it. Is that right?
Correct.
And DCS was not in any way involved in monitoring the whereabouts of these children at that. Is that correct?
Not at that time, correct.
And DCS was not involved in monitoring the whereabouts of these kids, not until January when David was arrested.
Correct.
Now, you testified today that you would consider any sleeping on the couch as an unsafe. Is that right?
Correct.
You would also consider any infant that is sleeping in bed beside the parent as unsafe. Is that
correct?
So, placing any infant on any location other than a crib would be then unsafe as far as your concerned. That's right.
Correct.
And there was a crib in that house, is that right?
Yes.
Now you testified without getting into what anyone said. You testified that due to a communication from Jennifer, DCS basically will be engaged in the case. Is that right?
I wouldn't say re-engaged. We were still engaged in the investigation. It was just kind of in like a standstill.
Okay. And as far as you know, there was a forensic interview done on Grace. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, without getting into anything what was said, are you familiar with forensic interviews of children?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that individuals who do these are trained specifically for that purpose?
Yes.
And they are trained specifically to aid your agency in investigating cases?
Yes.
And they are trained specifically to get children to say things without aggression?
Yes.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Judge. So on September 1st, 2022, that's when Jennifer Armstrong contacted DCS about a statement Grace made.
Yes.
Did DCS remove the children based off Grace's statement?
No.
You testified that the investigation was kind of in a standstill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was that because you guys were waiting on the autopsy results?
Yes.
And did those take time?
Yes.
No further questions.
Briefly, Judge, Ms. Bryant, you got the autopsy report in October, is that right?
Truthfully, I don't remember when it came back.
Yeah. But it is fair to say that children, DCS officially did not remove these children until January. Is that correct?
Yes.
That would be after they was arrested.
Correct.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Just so I'm clear, the court won't consider for the truth of the matter, but what did Jennifer report to you as Grace's statement? What did Grace supposedly say?
She had stated that Mommy's baby had died and that Mommy put a pillow over her face because she wouldn't stop crying.
Okay. All right. Questions on court's question?
Jennifer sent you a video recording of Grace's statement. Is that correct?
I can't recall if she sent it to me or not, but I did watch it, yes.
But you've seen the video?
Yes.
No further questions.
Mr. Mance, your question on court question?
No.
All right, may the witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good time for us to break for lunch. We will take a recess on this case until 2 o'clock.
All right.
Promise what you're about to tell the court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under pain and penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your
Please
Honor.
have a seat. Once you're comfortable in your chair, can you tell me who you are and how you spell your name?
My name is David Lacy, D-A-V-I-D. Last name Lacy, L-A-C-Y.
Thank you. Stay.
Thank you, Judge. David, how do you know Dacia Lacey?
She's my daughter.
Okay. Is she your only child?
Yes.
And did you raise her from the time she was a baby?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about Dacia's children. How many children has she had?
She had a total of 4.
Okay. And are you a part of her grandchildren's lives?
Certain degree. Out of all the grandchildren, the one I'm closest with is Grace, because of the fact that at that time she was living with me, so we went through the whole pregnancy all the way up to birth. Same thing with Tylese, the first child. She was living with me at the time all the way up to birth, so that situation is a little bit different. Why I don't have a close relationship with her, because her father has her.
And that's Tylese?
That's Tylese.
How old is Tylese?
Tylese, we're going on 13 now.
And so Tylese lives with her father.
Yes.
But when she was a baby, you had more contact with her?
Yeah, because like I said, Dacia was living with me at the time, and so during that time, you know, I did have Tylese because we were living under the same roof. Yeah.
Okay. And then you mentioned Grace. So when Grace came along, Dacia again moved in with you.
Yeah.
Okay. And then her next child, what is that child's name?
The next child after that would be Julius Jr.
Okay.
And you said you aren't as close with him. Is his father also present in his life?
Well, was because of the Julius Jr., the father, or to be father we thought was a part of his life also until the DNA proved otherwise. And during that time, he did have a lot of contact with Julius Jr. and we also at the time, because of the time that Dacia had him and to spend time with the assumed dad at the time. So I did kind of have a relationship with him, but on that situation, because I didn't know that she was pregnant until a few weeks before she was ready to give birth. So that kind of set a different precedence of being close to that child too.
With Julius?
Yes.
Okay. So safe to say sometimes Julius would be with his dad and you would get Grace and spend time with her?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to talk about Alana Lacey, who's also your granddaughter. When did you learn about Alana Lacey?
Wow. When I ended up finding out about her was the day she was born.
Okay.
So I had no idea, no clue at all until I want to say it was my niece actually told my mom that Dacia has given birth to another child. And at that time, my mom, she called me. I was at work finding this information out, and I'm floored. I'm like, I had no idea, no clue about anything. So I was like, well, I wanted to wait until Dacia called and tell me to let me know this information. And it was several weeks before I even found that out when she called on me about Alana.
Okay. So you said several weeks after she was born, Dacia finally called you and let you know that she had had another baby.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to August 29th of 2022. On that date, had you had the opportunity to meet Alana yet?
No. At that time, we had a prior conversation that Grace was like, hey, will you come see your granddaughter? And this
Grace or Dacia?
I'm sorry, I'm in Dacia. And at this time, my reaction was, it's been this long before you even mentioned her to me. I mean, wait till this weekend is not going to be, a couple more days, it's not going to be, a big deal. And that's the way I looked at it. So I was going to visit her that upcoming weekend, but this situation happened.
Okay. Where was Dacia living on August 29th of 2022?
She was staying in one of our family property. We do have some rental homes, and she was staying in one of them.
Okay. Was she paying rent to stay there?
No, but it was supposed to be a setup to make payment arrangements, but none of that has really ever fell through.
Okay.
So, like I say, my mom is right now the property owner, so it was one of those things that we knew she didn't have a place to stay, so we just kind of dealt with it that way.
Okay. Let her stay there?
Yes.
Instead of in the past she'd moved in with you?
Exactly.
Okay. And did you receive a call from Dacia on that day?
Yes.
When she called you, can you describe that conversation?
The day when she called me to let me know of Alana passing away, the way it came across me, I thought it was a joke, because it just didn't sound like it was a urgent thing at first. But after the conversation went on, I was like, well, maybe she might be serious, and it kind of floored me because I'm like, this doesn't even sound right. So I was actually at work, and actually my job from where the property is was only like maybe a 7-minute, drive from there to where she was staying.
Okay. So did you go to the house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you arrived, what was going on there?
About the time I got there, it was already a crowd of people there, coroner, police officers, everyone's already on the scene. Something I might have been the last one that got this phone call to arrive on the scene. So the time I got there, of course, they didn't let me enter the house. They was like, well, the detective will come out to speak to you in a few minutes. And at that time, I think when I met Detective Hackley at the time, it kind of gave me an idea what was going on and how what the situation was.
Were there some other people there too, like some friends or?
Yeah, yeah.
How did you eventually see Dacia that day?
It was after, I think, the coroner, whatever all the information that the detective was needing to speak to her about before they let her come outside, before the coroner was able to remove Alana from the house. She was, surrounded by her friends and also me, and her reaction of what she was saying was kind of off-footing, so to speak, because she kept saying, I killed my baby, and, crying, I'll kill my baby. And so we kind of tried to wait a minute, we don't know exactly what happened yet. Let's kind of, wait until we find out exactly what happened. But, of course, we try to console her to calm her down. Yeah.
So that day, ultimately, did Grace come to stay with you after that?
Yes, because at the time, the kids went into CPS custody. And that's when Jennifer was kind of like, hey, who are they going to go to,
Stop you right there. Who's Jennifer to you?
Jennifer's my fiance.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were seeing if we can try to get, Grace, instead of putting her into a guardian's home, so to speak. So
since Grace has been living with you, so she's been living with you since this day in August. And
yes.
They were formally removed not till January, but she's been with you the whole time.
Yes.
Has Grace made statements to you about what happened to Alana?
Yes.
And in those instances, you don't have to say what she said, but can you just describe kind of the setting in which she made statements to you and then how you responded?
Okay. Actually, we were sitting around coloring and watching TV, and we just having just a general conversation. And out of mid-conversation, she brought up what she saw or what happened in the house. So I just kind of paused, didn't ask her to repeat it. I was just kind of taken back. And during that time, I just kind of held to myself until I put her to bed, and then I called Jennifer and was like, hey, she basically kind of told me what she has spoken to you about, and left it at that.
Okay. So at the time she said it to you, she had already made some statements to Jennifer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember approximately when the statements she made to you were?
It was actually a few weeks later, after she's spoken to Jennifer and kind of said basically the same thing.
And you said you didn't ask her to repeat it, you just kind of let it alone.
Yes.
Why was that your reaction?
I felt because her being so young, I don't want to seem like I was kind of pushing her to say something that maybe been traumatic. And I just felt if something like that she feels comfortable in saying it, I want to feel comfortable repeating it again if necessary, or get it off her chest to let me know, to make her feel better, so to speak. Because if that's something that's weighing on her mind to even say it, I don't want to feel like that I was forcing her to say something that I just didn't want it to come across like I was pushing her to talk what happened.
We kind of touched on this a little bit at the beginning, but how often would you help Dacia out with watching the kids, or help her out with things that she would need?
That was one of the things that we discussed with her, and so to Jennifer was like, anytime you need to have a break, you can always call us. We can help you out with the kids. Actually, Jennifer was doing more than what I had realized when it came to buying groceries and things like that. Because her whole entire life, I had tried to help her to the best of my ability. But at the same time, you're an adult. You should be able to take care of yourself also. But whenever she was really in a bind, because I actually got to the point I just stopped giving her any money, but then Jennifer, I find out later, was giving her things that I wasn't worried about, because I feel that if you have people who keep offering and doing things for you, you're not going to want to do it for yourself, because you know it's easier than ask to do it. So, but when it comes to the kids, whenever she needed a break, we always came and got Grace, and Julius most of the time was with his dad on those certain occasions when we went to go get Grace.
I don't have anything for Judge.
You may cross.
Thank you. Mr. Lacy, I first want to talk to you about your relationship with Grace.
Mm-hmm.
Grace is the grandchild that you're the closest to. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And that was even before all this happened, you were closest to Grace.
Yes.
And Grace came home from the hospital to your house, right?
Yes.
And you were with Grace through infancy.
During the pregnancy, all the way until the day of birth until now, yes.
Okay. And even when Dacia moved out of your house with Grace, you and Jennifer still got Grace all the time.
Yes.
I do want to talk to you about that day you came to, well, I first want to talk to you about Alana, and you didn't meet Alana right away, is that correct?
I haven't met her, period.
You never met her. You did have plans to meet her that next weekend after this incident, is that right?
Yes, I have plans to actually meet her that upcoming weekend.
Okay. And so you and Dacia had scheduled that, is that right? Is that fair?
No, we have not scheduled that.
Okay, that's just something in your mind you were going to meet her that
Yes.
night. But she had asked you at some point, why don't you come meet your granddaughter?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
And then before you're able to meet her, you get this phone call from Dacia.
Yes.
And as a result of that phone call, you come to the house.
Mm-hmm.
And that's yes.
Yes.
Okay. And that's a house that your family owns.
Yes.
Okay. And when you get there, you aren't able to get to Dacia right away.
No.
You are kind of waiting outside with friends and family for detectives and coroners to finish their investigation.
Exactly, yes.
And when Dacia finally is able to come out of the house and be around you, she said in front of you and other friends and family, I killed my baby, I killed my baby.
Yes.
Okay. And so at that point, you knew in some way she felt responsible for the death of Alana.
That's the way I took it, yes.
Okay. On that day, Grace didn't come home with you permanently on that day, is that correct?
No, it was later on that evening.
Okay. And so actually later on that evening, Jennifer went and picked her up, is that
Yes.
correct? And she stayed with you guys that night,
Yes.
but eventually she did go back into Dacia's care.
No.
She never went home after you picked her up that night.
No, at the time, well, in fact, yes, you're right, yes. Because it was a 6-month period before the arrest came, yes.
So she actually did go back home to mom for 6 months until she got arrested, is that correct?
Yes.
And then on the day that she got arrested, that's when Grace went into DCS custody.
Yes.
And that's when you and Jennifer took actual custody of Grace.
Correct, yes.
You talked a little bit at the end of your testimony about Dacia and kind of how you supported her for most of her life. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were supporting her by giving her money, giving her a place to live, those kind of things.
Yes.
And eventually you, as dad, said, like, that's enough. You need to stand on your own 2 feet.
Yes.
And unbeknownst to you, Jennifer is still helping her out financially.
Yes.
Okay. And though even when you stopped giving her money, you were still getting Grace and taking care of Grace.
Yes.
Okay. And although DCS didn't actually take the kids in that 6-month time period, you and Jennifer still had Grace a lot during that period.
Yes.
Still giving breaks to mom and things like that.
Whenever she needed, yes.
Okay. And that would include overnights and things like that.
that?
Yes, for weekends, yes,
So entire weekend sometimes she would be with you.
yes.
Nothing further, thank you, Judge.
Nothing on that page.
Sir, when Grace told you what she had seen, did you ask her any details after that?
No, sir.
I mean, for example, did you ask her to show you what she saw?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. When you said that Dacia called you, and you took it as a joke, what was it about either her demeanor or what she said that made you feel that way?
She has said certain things before there was a serious matter, and then it's like, I'm just joking, and so it wasn't uncommon to have a kind of, I want to say a morbid joke, but a joke that was a serious matter and find out later it was just a joke. And that's the way I took it.
Okay. It was based on what specifically she said, but just based upon her general demeanor about other things?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. When you were surrounded with Dacia and her friends, do you recall her saying anything more or different than from "I killed my baby"?
No, Your Honor. It was just more or less that it was she was kind of distraught and was kind of just saying that, and everyone around her was basically kind of like consoling her. It was like, well, we don't know if it was your fault, saying moments of prayer, try to make the little situation as calm as possible.
Okay. Questions on court, questions to state?
Yes. David, what did Grace say to you? And I think it would come in as a prior consistent statement. Grace has testified.
You're going to need to mumble louder.
I think it would come in as a prior consistent statement. Grace has testified. They had the opportunity to cross-exam, impeach her, and now the prior consistent statement can come in.
Defense? Argument? Response?
I think that, I'm sorry, Judge, I have to look at the rule. There has to be a recent fabrication, and I don't think that has come up for the prior consistent statement.
However, will the objection? You may answer.
Like I was mentioning earlier, we were sitting around coloring and watching TV and just having just a general conversation. And she was like, Papa, I seen my mommy take a pillow and put it over the baby's face to get her to stop crying. And that's basically the broad statement. And I just kind of, like I said, taken back. And I was like, I know she just didn't say what I thought she just said. And like I said, at the time, I didn't want her to repeat it because it was just out of the blue that she said that comment. And then it got to the point where I think she felt comfortable in explaining what she saw, and she has mentioned it more than once to me, and it's never changed. It's always been that same situation that she was like, the baby was crying, mommy was trying to get the baby to stop crying, and I seen her put the pillow over the baby's face to get her to stop crying.
I just have a few questions. And I do have one omitted question, if that's okay.
You may.
Sir, do you remember what time Dacia called you that day?
Thank you.
There's more.
You okay?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Ready to answer some more questions?
Yes.
Sorry.
Sir, I think the last thing I asked is what time did she call? Do you remember?
I knew it was in the AM. I was at work at the time. The approximate time, I knew it was before noon. I can tell you that much. I want to say it was around maybe between 9 and 10 a.m.
When you mentioned when the judge was asking you questions that when she came out and was talking to you and her other family members, at that time you just felt like she was distraught.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. At that time when she came out and she was talking to you and the other family members, you felt like she was distraught at that time.
Of course. Yes.
And you also made a statement to the judge concerning some jokes that sometimes Dacia says. Does she have like a morbid sense of humor or a weird affect around morbid things?
No, I wouldn't say it's not just the morbid joke. It was just more or less that she'll take like a serious situation for one incident, which I never find out it was a YouTube thing about I ran over somebody and I threw their body in the trunk. Could you help me hide the body? And it found out later it was a YouTube thing to see what your parents' reaction was going to be. Things like that.
She just does have some weird tendencies.
Exactly.
Okay. Nothing else. Nothing further. Thank you.
Sure. I want to ask you one again. When you were describing what it was that Grace told you.
Yes.
You said something about her explaining what she saw.
Yes.
And can you elaborate any further as to what she said besides the thing about taking the pillow and putting it over her face?
And she has mentioned after she said, "Mommy put the pillow on the baby's face," she went back to sleep. Because she couldn't sleep. Dacia.
Dacia went back to sleep.
Yes, because she said that she couldn't sleep because the baby was crying.
Tell me that again.
Grace said that Dacia could not, her mom, Dacia could not sleep because the baby was crying. That's why she put the pillow over the baby's face so she can go to sleep.
Okay. Did she tell you any more?
No.
Did she indicate whether the baby stopped crying at that point?
No.
Okay. Questions on the court's questions, Dave?
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay. May he be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Statement called Jennifer Armstrong next.
This is kind of a tough one. Do you take the word of a 3-year-old? Granted, they normally tell the truth, but a lot of people were talking and could have easily said something that she picked up on and repeated later on. How do you know?
Could you raise your hand for me? You promise to about tell the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, please have a seat. When you're comfortable in your chair, can you please tell me who you are and how you spell your name?
Jennifer Armstrong, and it's Jennifer. Armstrong, Armstrong.
Steve?
Thank you, Judge. You can move the microphone microphone closer to you to help pick up your voice. Jennifer, how are you employed?
I work at Eskenazi.
And what do you do at Eskenazi?
I'm the manager of physician recruitment.
I'm a little hard of hearing. Do you mind getting the microphone a little closer to you?
I'm the manager of physician recruitment.
Much better, thank you.
You're welcome.
Who do you live with?
David Lacy and Grace Lacy.
How do you know David Lacy?
It's my fiance.
How long have you been with David?
2018.
Since 2018?
I mean, we split up briefly, but yeah.
And you said you live with Grace Lacy?
Yes.
Is that David's granddaughter?
Yes.
Does David have a daughter?
Yes.
Who's David's daughter?
Dacia.
Do you know Dacia?
Yes.
When did you first meet David?
In 2018.
Can you tell us about the time you first met her?
The first time?
Yes.
It was actually our first date, and she called David, and it came it's really hard seeing her like this.
Okay, take your time, okay?
There's water right in front of you.
Sorry. She called him and was crying, and she was pregnant and said that the guy she was seeing, which is Grace's dad, had hit her and threw her outside. And she was obviously upset. I'm like, we're canceling everything. Obviously, we need to go get your daughter.
Okay, and so at that time, Dacia was pregnant with Grace?
Yes.
And at that point, did you start building a relationship with Dacia?
I did.
And what was your relationship like with her when she was pregnant?
We got really close. I mean, when she left his house that day, he gave her nothing, so I got her clothes, and we moved her into David's house. I had my own house still at that time. I mean, that was our first date. So, I mean, I helped her. I've been recruiting for a long time, so I helped her get a few jobs, whatever I could do to support her.
Fair to say you were fairly involved in her life when she was pregnant with Grace then?
Yes.
And then when Grace was born, what was your involvement like then?
I mean, I was in the delivery room with her, so we were very involved from beginning.
And after Dacia had Grace, did you help her figure out a place to live other than with David?
Yeah, so at that point, David and I were engaged, and we were building a home. And David's mom had a rental that was open. People were living out. So we started working kind of simultaneously on getting the house together for her and the baby. David and I were kind of just buying everything new because we were building a new house. So we were just getting her, you know, kind of putting the best of each of our houses together to try to, you know, furnish her home and make it comfortable for her and the baby.
And was that a home that you were getting ready for her on the Burton Avenue?
Yes.
We've heard that Dacia has an older daughter before Grace. How often would you see that daughter?
I saw Lily 3 or 4 times at the beginning of David and I.
Did Lele live with her dad?
Yes, she lives with her dad.
So you didn't have a close connection with that child?
No, I mean, I didn't have access, so I got to see her when David or Dacia would get her.
And so you're getting the house together. Is Dacia working? You said you tried to get her a couple of jobs.
So a good friend and colleague of mine was working staffing agency at the time. So she worked for one place. They had multiple contracts. So I would say probably 4 or 5, maybe guesstimating places that she had worked.
And did any of them become long-term?
No.
So what was Dacia doing for money?
So I mean, the house was paid for, so she was obviously, I mean, she was supposed to be paying rent, but I don't, you know, it was her grandmother, so she got some forgiveness there. I mean, she really, I think, just had utilities. I would help with food or she needed money, I would sneak it to her.
What do you mean sneak it to her?
Because her dad kind of forbid me from sending her money, so I would try to either just get what she needed or send groceries or give her cash because I didn't want her to struggle.
Why did your fiance forbid you to give Dacia any more money?
We just had David and I had very different experiences. I have 2 grown daughters. So for me, it was just a given that I'm going to jump in and help your daughter, right? Like that just, like that's what you do. Your daughter needs help. For him, I think he had been burnt throughout the years. And I told him, he warned me, he's like, you're going to get burnt, I'm telling you. And I said, well, then she's just going to have to burn me. You know, if that happens, then at least I know, but I have to at least try to give her resources and help her as much as I can.
How often would you take Grace to give her right once Grace was born?
I had Grace quite a bit. So the first, probably, so leading up to COVID, that first year, she came home with us from the hospital, so she was home with us at the beginning for a while. It would be off and on. You know, as Dacia needed a break, I would take her. I travel some for work, so, you know, when I was unavailable, I would always keep Grace as much as possible to give her a break.
And was that kind of, you know, an unspoken thing, like, give me a call anytime you need me for Grace?
Yeah, I mean, she knew I was there.
At some point, Dacia becomes pregnant with Julius Jr.
Yes.
How did you find out about Julius' pregnancy?
So we would still see Dacia throughout that pregnancy. We did not know she was pregnant. I don't know how, but like after she had Grace, like she really just didn't change much physically, so it wasn't super apparent that she was pregnant to me. And I think with Julius, I think David told me maybe like a week before, 2 weeks before he was born, she was about to have another baby, and I'm like, what? Like, it hasn't been that long. Like, are you about to have a baby? We wouldn't even know, and I've seen you, but we were not. I think she probably knew that, you know, with all the help and trying to help her get on her feet, that we wouldn't be ecstatic about it. So
after Julius was born, did you continue to help out and get Grace?
Yeah. So getting Grace never stopped. We didn't get Julius much. It seemed like whenever we would pick her up or drop her off, I mean, Dave would pick up and drop off a lot because his work is close, so it was easy. We're in Zionsville, so like going downtown, he would just grab her if I wasn't at the hospital. But to me, he didn't seem like he was there very much. But I think he was also with his dad, and then there was a short time that I know, like, after he was born, Dacia told me she was staying, you know, kind of in between both houses, too. Okay. So he just wasn't there. We didn't have access. I mean, we didn't see him a whole lot.
Julius Jr. was just often with Julius Sr., and though when you would get Grace, it was mostly just Grace.
Yeah. Yes.
Moving on, at some point, did you learn about Dacia being pregnant with Alana?
Yeah, so I learned that probably a week before everything happened. I was actually in Florida, and at that time, David and I had separated. And I was still getting Grace. He would still grab Grace and bring her to me. We were still living like a mile away from each other. And I was in Florida at a conference, and David called me, and he was like, oh yeah, by the way, we have another one. And I'm like, what?
So this is after Alana's born?
Yes. So this was like the week before everything happened, maybe a week or two?
The week before Alana
passed away, yes. Okay. And then the day I landed coming back home from my conference is the day everything happened.
Okay. So August 29th, 2022 is the day that Alana passed away. When do you find out about that?
That she had passed away?
Yes.
So David called me from Dacia's house. So like I just landed at the airport. I just gotten home.
Prior to that, had Dacia been reaching out, needing your help or anything like that?
Not as much like that, but probably because she didn't want to tell me about Lana, I'm assuming. I mean, within that few weeks, not as much.
Okay. And so you get a phone call from David. Do you then talk to Dacia?
No, like, it was in the middle of, I think, all the kind of chaos.
Okay.
He said everybody was there and it was chaotic, and I had just landed, so, you know, I said, where are the kids? He said that Julius, I can't remember, somebody had already taken Julius, or was on their way to get Julius. It may have been Dacia's mom. So I just tried to get out of the airport, please, so I could get Grace.
Okay. And did you go get Grace?
I did.
And what do you do with Grace?
I took her home with me.
And then the next day, do you talk with Dacia?
Yes.
And tell me about that conversation.
And I may have talked to her that night, because I think I called her and let her know I'm going to grab Grace. You know, I'm on my way later. But I mean, obviously, everything was so chaotic. So I think I just was like, I'm sorry, I love you. I'll call you tomorrow and grab Grace so you can deal with everything. And then we spent the next day. And of course, I'm like, what the heck happened? Like, first of all, I didn't know about her. You know, I'm just trying to digest. This is a whole lot, right? I'm trying to digest. And she said they think it's SIDS. And I'm like, SIDS? Like, you know, what the heck? And I'm like, you know, where were the kids? I'm trying to put the pieces together, right? Because David didn't really know a whole lot at that point either. And then she had mentioned propping the bottle up in Alana's mouth. And I'm like, Dacia, what? And she's like, what? She's like, you've done it with Grace. And I'm like, if I'm sitting right next to her working, you can't prop a bottle up in a newborn's mouth and leave. And she's like, I was just really tired. I went and laid down for a little while. And I'm like, Dacia, like, this baby probably drowned. She's probably, you know, when they do this autopsy, she's probably going to have milk in her lungs. You know, you can't do that with a newborn baby. You can't put a bottle in her mouth and just go to bed.
What was Dacia's reaction when you told her that?
She was, I think it clicked, like, oh no. You know, could be a possibility. And she didn't want me to put bad mojo out there. And I said, it's not bad mojo, honey. I want you to be prepared that this is, like, they could find this in her autopsy. You know, if you propped a bottle up and went to bed, she could have drowned. She could have fluid, you know, milk in her lungs. I want you to be prepared on what could happen. That's a possibility.
Did you talk to Dacia about drug use?
Yes, I think David may have mentioned somewhat. This is all kind of a blur on times. So somewhere in this too, David had mentioned that they had given her a drug test, and I told her, I'm like, you just need to tell the truth. Tell me the truth. Did you do drugs? Are you gonna? They did a drug test. We're gonna know. And she admitted that she had done meth. I didn't ask like a timeline. Like at this point, this was just way too much, and I was like, I need to take care of Grace and digest some of this a lot.
So, moving forward a little bit to September 1st, 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
And who was at your house that day?
So that morning it was just Grace and I. I let work know I obviously needed to be working remotely for a little while until I could figure out what was going on. So I turned on cartoons for Grace, and she was sitting next to me on the couch while I was working. And then my daughter came home. So both of my daughters are really close to Grace. So my oldest daughter, Peyton, came home to check on Grace because obviously I filled her in on what was happening.
And when your oldest daughter came over, did Grace say something to you that caught you off guard?
Yes.
What did she say?
All right, overrule your objection. She may answer.
So I'm a recruiter, so I have my phone in my hand all the time. So I was texting one of my candidates to push back an interview that I had coming up, and Peyton had come in, and she was running across the room. She's like, "Hi, Gracie, baby," and jumps on her, and she's giving her a hug. And I hadn't talked to Grace about anything because I just honestly was trying to digest it myself, and I didn't know what she saw, what had happened, anything. So it really caught me off guard. she looked at Peyton, but it was like, wanted Peyton to know what she knew. I knew, I think, because I picked her up, but it was like she was wanted to make sure Peyton knew what was happening. And she said, Pei, my baby sister died. And Peyton said, I know, honey, I'm so sorry. You know, that's why I came home to check on you. And she said, yeah, my mommy got really mad at her. She wouldn't stop crying. And she held a pillow on her face and hit her with it. And I'm like, what? I'm like, what did you just say, Grace? And so I hit record on my phone. I don't know why I did that, but I did. I think I just had it in my hand, and I'm like, I did. And I'm like, tell me that again. What did you just say? And she said it again.
And then when she said again, you had that on video.
Yes.
After she said that, what did you do?
Well, obviously my heart, my stomach. So I immediately told Peyton to watch Grace, and I went to the garage and called David.
After talking with David, did you decide that you were going to let the authorities know about what Grace just said?
Yes.
And did you reach out to CS?
I did.
And then did you speak with Detective Hadley?
Yes.
And did you provide that video to them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And does this disc contain the edit video that you took of Grace on September 1st, 2022?
Yes.
The state would move to admit Stage 4.
Judge, we would object to 4 as the hearsay.
I'm sorry, you object to 4
As hearsay.
as a hearsay?
Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, prior to Grace saying whatever she says on 4, had you or any adult in Grace's presence suggested anything to her, asked her about what happened that day?
I didn't, because this was just the night before, and so like it was only me, so I just took her straight home. David and I weren't even living together at the time, so it was just her and I. And by the time I got her, it was getting late, so like I put her dinner, gave her a bath, and we went straight to bed. And then this was the next day.
Okay. Was there any? Can you give me any there's a video here, so my assumption is the video what I'm seeing is something that you did after she said it the first time.
I just asked her to repeat herself.
Okay.
And got it on video.
All right. Did you say anything else to her other than to ask her to repeat herself?
I think, well, she had said something specific the first time around, like about the video, and I was like, tell me again what happened with the pillow? I think it was something like that. And that's when she...
Okay.
Did
you tell her in any way that what she was saying was right, wrong, good or bad, anything like that?
No, I didn't say anything. I mean, I think I was in shock. I just was like, what? And then went and immediately called David.
All right. When you ask her to say whatever she says on the video, what you say to her also on the video?
I think so, yeah.
Any questions on the court's questions for the exhibit itself, state?
Judge.
Defense?
Not on the exhibit, Judge.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, not on the exhibit.
All right, I'll show states 4 admitted over objection.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Just give me 1 moment.
Judge, I'm going to be, I don't mean to be rude, but here, Judge,
Yeah,
where do we stand on this?
She's in the video.
Either party have any, the question the media is asking is 2.17, the rules of judicial conduct prohibit the showing of a victim's testimony and a testimony of the juvenile. Technically, it's not testimony, but it is the child. My inclination.
I would object to it being in the record.
Okay, my inclination is not to put it on the air.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I don't.
Again, the rules here are somewhat vague, and the more we do broadcast with the media, I think we learn to do refinement. But I think in terms of the spirit of it, I think it's probably wouldn't be. So I also should indicate at this point that court is, just so the record's clear, the court is allowing this testimony in as an excited utterance, even though court recognizes it is delayed from the immediate observance. I think under case law in terms of excited utterance, it doesn't have to be within a set period of time, and particularly since it's volunteered by a 3-year-old. The court finds the statement does have an issue of reliability such to include it in the record. I will show that over the defense objection. You may play.
Did you continue to see Dacia?
I did.
What was your understanding of what was going on at that time?
From which angle?
For the investigation after talking to the detective?
So, I mean, they basically informed me that this is a process. It's going to take time, to get autopsies back and to do their investigation. So we knew, there would be some time. I think that's how David and I looked at this was, hopefully just nothing comes back and everything's going to be fine and, nothing's going to come back on the autopsy and, everything will be good.
Okay, so you learned that after you gave them information, it was still in their investigation, it was going to take some time?
Yes.
Did you tell Dacia about what Grace said?
No.
Why?
Because I wanted to get Grace as much as possible, not knowing, Grace was 3, so not knowing exactly, there were a lot of different stories being told. There were just a lot of stuff wasn't adding up, and I wanted to make sure I knew that if she knew any of this, that we would not be able to get Grace. And at that time, I knew that Julius was okay because he was with his dad all the time and with Dacia's mom at that point a lot. Her mom and I were communicating. She was keeping Julius a lot. I was keeping Grace a lot. And I think at that point, just their safety, and we want to make sure the kids were safe until this was figured out.
So fair to say you didn't want to interfere with the investigation and let Dacia know about what Grace said?
Correct. I mean, there were several reasons. It just made sense not to and let things play out and keep the kids as much as possible.
At some point, was Dacia arrested and then the DCS formally kind of allowed you to have Grace all the time?
Yes.
And are you in the process of adopting Grace?
Yes.
And throughout the time since that day on September 1st, have you been asking Grace any questions about what happened to her baby sister?
I don't have to. She will tell you. No, so David and I, we had talked about this a while back. We had a psychiatrist through CPS see Grace at the very beginning because, of course, her long-term well-being is a concern. And how do we handle this? What's the best way to handle this? And she basically said, listen if she wants to talk. Give her a safe space to do that. And that's if she brings something up, I give her that safe space, but I don't want her to remember this long term. So we do not. It's not our dinner discussion.
You said that she'll just tell you. You don't have to ask.
Yes.
What are some times when Grace has told you?
I think this calls for hearsay.
Before I go on that, you've said Grace brings this up?
Yes.
Same subject matter?
Yes. And it does not change.
I'm sorry.
It does not waver. It's the same to me when we discuss.
Court overruled objection. You may answer.
So, I mean, that's the reason we don't, there's not a lot. I said that because she's said the same thing so many times. There's nothing to, I just say, you know, I'm sorry, honey, that's bothering you today, or, you know, we're going to say prayers for Alana tonight when we pray, or I just say something to, like, give her that comfort and that safe space, but, like, she says the same thing. So it's not anything that's like, oh my gosh, there's new info.
I'm gonna direct your attention. Do you remember being at McDonald's once when Grace said something?
Yes. So I was taking her to get her hair done. We stopped at McDonald's on the way, and an ambulance went in front of the McDonald's, and she said, "Hey Mimi, that, you know what that is?" And I said, "Yeah, it's an ambulance." And I'm like paying the lady, kind of half paying attention. She's like, "There was an ambulance at my mom's house when she killed my baby sister." I was like, "Sorry, like, what do you say, right?" I'm like, "I'm sorry, honey."
Tell me that again.
She said there was an ambulance that one time at my mommy's house when she killed my baby sister.
When she killed
my baby sister.
That's her exact language?
Yes. And I just, when those things happen, I just divert it. I'm like, "You want some ketchup?" I just try to change the topic.
I have no further questions.
Cross?
Thank you, Judge. And then the last thing you just said that when Grace was 3 or 4 years old, she stated that her mom killed her baby sister.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the video that we saw. The judge asked you some questions before we saw the video about, did you talk to her about anything that happened the day before, right? But you weren't with her the entire time before hearing that. Is that correct? So let me ask a better question.
Okay.
Because that was a confusing question. Grace initially went with her dad's family, correct?
Yes.
And so right after the incident, you did not have her?
No.
Okay. And so she was with her dad's family for almost a whole day. Is that fair to say?
No, I think she went over there that evening. I don't know, because I was in Florida, so like,
sure.
I was catching all this as I'm trying to travel.
So
but I got her the next morning.
She was around other adults for some period of time, though.
I don't know who she was around. I wasn't there. I mean, I'm assuming an adult was with her.
We would hope that she
yeah.
was around some adults. And you also know she was around the police officers and things like that before she got to you, correct?
Yes. I mean, I'm assuming so. I wasn't there.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with Dacia outside of Grace. I know they're kind of intertwined for you, right?
Yeah.
Because you met her when she was pregnant with Grace. But when you first met Dacia, like, you kind of became a mom figure right away for her. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you helped her get set up after her boyfriend kicked her out, right?
Yes.
You tried to get her jobs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And after she had Grace, you continued to help her financially.
Yes.
Right? And even though David warned you, don't do that, you still continued to do that.
Yes.
So you were very close to Dacia.
Yes.
Okay. And then to kind of piggyback on that, you were close to Grace when she was born as well, correct?
Yes.
Like, you took Dacia to all her prenatal appointments, correct?
Not all of them, but
a lot of them.
Yes.
You'd pick her up and drop her off when she needed things,
correct.
Right?
Yes.
And you were even in the delivery room when Grace was born.
I cut her umbilical cord.
You cut her umbilical cord. So that's pretty close.
Very.
Starting out from the beginning, and then she actually went home with you and David, right?
So Dan and I were living separately, or no, when she had Grace, we were living, yes.
So she was from minute one, she was with you. Yes. Fair to say? Okay. And then even when Dacia kind of moved out into grandma's house, you're still getting Grace all the time, right?
Yes.
And you're Mimi to us,
I
right?
am.
She called you Mimi?
Yes.
Okay. And so this never wavered throughout having Juliet and having Alana. You were still always very close to Grace.
Correct.
And in fact, Grace was your main concern when you found out all of this happened.
Yes.
She was your number one priority.
She still is.
Still is your number one priority.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about that night, and you said you can't remember if it was the same night or the day after that you talked to Dacia about what happened, okay?
Okay.
She told you some things. First of all, she told you that they were thinking that this was Sid's at first, right? She also told you that she propped a baby bottle up in the baby's mouth, correct?
Yes.
With a pillow?
Yes.
Okay. And you were kind of aghast at that because you were like, you can't do that. Right?
Yes.
And to her, she was floored that that's not something you could do.
Yes.
So she didn't know that you shouldn't be putting a baby bottle up in an infant's mouth. Fair to say?
Well, she had seen me do it, but I didn't leave the baby.
Right.
So
she had mistakenly thought, this is okay because I saw.
Well, I don't know what thought.
Okay.
I informed her that was not a smart decision.
Okay. So she acted like she didn't know that wasn't a smart decision at the time.
Yes.
Okay. I also want to talk to you a little bit about, you said that she admitted to you using meth that day, right?
Yes.
And you actually spoke to Detective Hadley right after this happened. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And it
Yes.
was a recorded interview?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Hadley that she told you that she had done ecstasy?
So I think it was like meth and ecstasy, and those two drugs were interchangeable throughout some of these weeks. Because when David and I would chit chat, he's like, "Wait, what is it?" Because we don't actively have access to those things. So like both of those drugs were. So I don't know exactly which one.
Okay. But you do recall giving Detective Hadley's statement?
Yes.
And Judge, may I approach? Sure. Thank you. And I'm going to show you a copy of your statement. This is page 10. Thank you.
And right here it says Speaker Jennifer Armstrong. It says, so that point this night she told me that she had done ecstasy on Sunday.
Okay.
Is that correct? Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's the day of this incident?
Yes. Or I don't know what day it was. It just said, if I said Sunday, I don't know what the day was. Was it Monday or Sunday?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Okay. I don't know I don't have a calendar, so I don't know the dates in front of me. She just said Sunday, so is what my transcript says, but I don't. Okay. It was almost 2 years ago.
Do you remember her saying that she used the drug on Sunday?
Yes.
Not that she used it on that morning that the baby died?
Yes, she just said that Sunday.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, Judge. But it's okay if I go. I'm sorry. Okay. Now I want to talk to you a little bit about what happened after the incident with Grace. And we talked about you still got Grace after this incident happened, but she was still in Dacia's care. Is that right?
At which point in time?
Between August and January. Between the time.
Legally, yes.
Legally,
I still had her most of that time because I mean, at the very beginning of this, like, obviously, I was trying to let her deal with everything that was happening. So I still had Grace a lot of that first 6 months.
You were still getting her as you would have normally?
No more.
More, okay.
Yes.
But she was still technically living with Dacia. She had not been removed from Dacia's care.
Legally, she had not been removed from Dacia's care.
And then after that detective interview in January, you found out that both she and Julius had been removed from Dacia's care. Is that right?
Correct.
And you immediately wanted to make sure that Grace was with you.
Correct.
And Grace, in fact, has been placed with you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she lives with you now.
Yes.
And she calls you her new mommy. Is that right?
She intertwines.
Intertwines Mimi and new mommy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I think you had mentioned earlier that you guys are now in the process of adopting Grace. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one last question. To your knowledge, has Grace talked about this with any other family members, including David?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Stay.
No further questions.
Okay, I'll ask.
Okay.
Who else did she talk to?
So, do you want me to tell you the story? Just two.
No, I don't want the story.
Okay, my
I just wanna
sister.
know.
She's told
And
my
my assumption is, again, the same kind of comments that she said to you about this incident.
Very similar. So she's told my sister, both my daughters, my mom. She obviously, Grace doesn't understand the magnitude of this, so it's no different than her telling you that she had peanut butter and jelly, for lunch yesterday. It's just very matter of fact, like, this is what it is, and I'm like, no, we don't have to tell everybody, Grace. Like, she's very matter of fact with it. I would say most of our family at some point she's made comments
She's more
to.
matter of fact that if there's a distinction, you tell me whether that's fair or not. Is she more matter of fact that mommy killed the baby or that mommy used pillow?
That she killed the baby. That's why she doesn't have it.
Sorry?
That she killed the baby. That's why she doesn't have it. I mean, that's.
Okay, she says that more than she does the method in terms of using the pillow.
She does, and I think a lot of it too, being in school, she's got these peers that have siblings, and so like my niece just has a daughter, and it's well, she's gonna have a little sister. Well, I used to. It's those types of references that triggered that. It's usually triggered by something like seeing the ambulance or.
Okay. Questions on the court's questions, Sting?
No, Judge.
Defense?
Thank you, Judge. To your knowledge, has she told anyone outside of your family what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess I'm going to ask you because the judge's going to ask you anyway. Who was that?
So she goes to a private Christian school, and they have chapel every morning. And so at parent-teacher conferences recently, her teacher told me that every morning when the pastor comes in to do their morning chapel before school, that Grace asked everybody to pray for her baby sister that's in heaven, because of the same comment after.
And I just want to be clear, she's using the word kill.
Yes.
Nothing further, sorry. No questions?
Okay. May she be excused?
Yes.
Okay. You may call your next.
Call Dr. Amanda Paul.
We're on record, State of Indiana versus Dacia Lacey under 49-32-2301F1-002213. Defendant's present person by counsel, state by deputy prosecutors. We're in second day of bench trial. We adjourned for the evening last night. We were still on the state's case in chief. State, you have additional evidence you wish the board to consider?
Yes.
You may call your next.
State will call Detective Jamie Davis.
Promise what you're about to tell the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. comfortable, can you tell me who you are and how you spell your name for our record?
Detective Jamie Davis, Jamie Davis.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Davis, let's just clarify, when this case happened, were you Detective Hadley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you have since changed your name?
Yes.
Okay. How are you employed?
I am a child abuse detective with Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you been with IMPD?
I have been with IMPD since June of 2014.
And what kind of training did you go through to be an IMPD officer?
I've gone through, so I started off as a gaming agent, so I went through ILEA's Game Commission Academy back in 2007. And then I transferred to Shelbyville Police Department, went through ILEA's Basic Academy back in 2009. And then from there, I transferred from Shelbyville to here, and then went through lateral Indianapolis Academy for IMPD, and that was in 2014.
And prior to, so from 2014 to when you became a child abuse detective, were you just a patrol officer at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And what area did you work?
I started off at East District, and then I moved downtown before coming into the child abuse unit.
Okay. Did you do any civic training when you came to the child abuse unit?
Yes, I went through a training period with a detective training officer. That's generally 40 days, and then you're on probation. I believe it's a year from the day you go into the unit.
Have you done any specific schools or training as a part of your detective training as well?
I have. I've gone through the homicide and major crimes school in 2022, and then I also have gone through, back in 2007, I went through a Reed School of Interrogation and Interviewing as part of the Gaming Commission's Academy. And then I've also gone through the Stan Walters Interrogation and Interviewing School in 2023. I went through Child First, which is for forensic interviewers, in 2023. And then I also went through Child Homicides and Death Investigation School out at Franklin PD in 2023.
I'm going to draw your attention to Monday, August 29th of 2022. Were you working in your capacity as a child abuse detective on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on call on that day?
I honestly don't remember if I was on call. When you're in DT, we call it DTO, when you're in detective training, even if runs come out as if you were on call, you would typically take it.
Okay. Did you respond to a child fatality on that day at Burton Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
How were you notified of that case?
A street officer that was working, Officer Harvey, requested a child abuse detective call.
Okay. And did you respond to the scene at that time?
Not at that time. I called the detective first and then gathered information. Another officer or another detective in the unit applied for a search warrant for the residence, which was granted, and I headed to the residence at that time.
Okay. When you got to the house, who did you speak with?
I spoke with the officer again when I got to the house, and then I went in and introduced myself to Dacia.
Okay. Can you describe her demeanor in your first interaction with her?
Initially, she was just very quiet. She said I went in to introduce myself, and she just started talking about how she thought she knew what happened. And I went ahead and just turned on my recording and, broke things down again, introduced myself, got all of her information, all of the children's information, then had her start going through what she was meaning when I first walked in. I just know it was just real quiet and soft. I didn't really think too much at first about it. It was more the odd statement of her kids. She thought her kids did something.
Okay. And at some point, you had a training officer with you. Is that Detective Hoke?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did he tell you, hey, wait for everybody to get here?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So you didn't get kind of a full statement then?
No, ma'am.
You waited for the coroners and whatnot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was this your first death investigation that you were lead on?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you been out on other death investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you said her demeanor was quiet. That initial kind of encounter with a parent, how much stock do you put into that demeanor?
I really don't put a lot of stock initially in anyone's emotions during any of these types of investigations. Part of the homicide major schools was trauma training, trauma informed, and everybody experiences trauma differently. So it's just something that, I mean, you just know, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Okay. What kind of did you do after you kind of introduced yourself to Dacia and explained the process? How did things kind of unfold going forward?
So I stepped out, waited for the coroners to get there, and then once everybody arrived, coroners, DCS, we went ahead and took a statement from Dacia. It was led by the coroner. That, again, I recorded. During that statement, our crime lab had also arrived, and I stepped away for a minute, gave my recorder to Detective Hoke so that he could stay present and I wouldn't miss anything and go back and listen. And I kind of walked them through what I wanted done at the residence.
Okay. And we'll get back to the walkthrough in a minute, but you said the initial kind of statement there was led by the coroner. Was he going through that SUDI form that we've kind of talked about a lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's directing his questioning and the process that you go through on the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you said you directed crime lab. What did you want crime lab to do in this case?
Dacia had mentioned a couple of different things on how she had found Alana. She had mentioned a blanket being over Alana at one point. She had mentioned pillows being over Alana at one point. Wasn't sure if either one was going to be relevant or not, so I just asked crime lab to collect those. I asked crime lab to take video, of course, of the entire residence and to take photographs.
And it was a fairly small residence, so was it, there pretty much kid stuff everywhere?
Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, again, you weren't sure what was relevant, so you wanted everything?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was anything else really happening that day besides that basic scene investigation that we've talked so much about?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What, going forward, kind of what started happening in your investigation?
So the next day, myself and DCS attended the autopsy of Alana. It had been scheduled for 10:30. They were running a little behind, and unfortunately I had another appointment outside of this case that I had to leave the autopsy early, but I know DCS stayed for the whole thing. And then the following day, I believe it was 29th, 30th, the 31st.
If you need to refer to your notes at any point, you can just let us know that's what you're doing.
Okay.
You can refresh your memory if you need to.
The 31st, I received paperwork from DCS. They're called 310s and 311s. It's basically the reports that DCS has. And then after that, I believe it was September 1st, and I'll just double check fast. Yes. September 1st, I was notified that all of the photos that Crime Lab had taken were uploaded to the system, and then later that day I had received another email from a DCS worker stating that Alana's sister, Grace, I'm not sure which to call her, but she had made a statement that was concerning.
Okay. So when you got notified about Grace's statement, what did you kind of do next as a result of that notification?
So according to the FCM that had emailed me, Natalie Shepler, Jen Armstrong was involved in informing her of this. So I notified Jen and asked her to come into my office that day if she could, so that I can find out from her what was going on and what was said.
Okay. Were you able to interview Jennifer Armstrong that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And then were you able to see the video that she had taken of Grace?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the video that we watched in court yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
After interviewing Jennifer, then did you schedule a forensic interview for Grace?
Yes, a forensic interview was scheduled. I believe it ended up being scheduled for September 7th.
And why did you schedule a forensic interview of Grace?
So it's important when you're getting statements from children to make sure that that child's best interest is in place, and they're trained child forensic interviewers that will do just that. So it creates a safe environment for them to feel free to talk about whatever, honestly, whatever they want to talk about, and to give them that kind of space, be able to feel open enough to disclose any information that they might have.
And at that point, you had not gone through the 40-hour training that a forensic interviewer does, but you since have, is that correct?
Correct.
And forensic interviews are a pretty big part of what you do, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you've watched plenty of forensic interviews?
Yes.
Are they meant to be non-leading in fashion?
Yes.
Do children always disclose in an interview, even if they've
No, ma'am.
disclosed previously? Okay. After that interview, did Grace make any disclosure about what happened with Alana in her interview?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you receive any other information from DCS going forward about Dacia's case?
Yes. At some, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. What was that?
At some point, I had requested from DCS FCM Kirsten Bryant any notes that she may have had, and I knew that they had taken an initial drug screen on scene that day. I asked her if she ever had the results of those, and I was able to obtain those as well.
Okay. And we kind of already heard about that, but Dacia did test positive for methamphetamine and amphetamine methane, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So at this point, you have not done a formal interview of Dacia Lacey or an interrogation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But as the investigation has evolved, you've gotten some other pieces of information that
Yes.
you were wanting to confront her. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a final piece of information that you kind of wanted to have before you formally interrogated her?
The autopsy report.
And why was it important to you to kind of have all that information prior to bringing her in?
I wanted to know as much as possible before bringing her in. It kind of helps me determine how to address all of the inconsistencies throughout the investigation and how to move forward.
Okay. Did you finally receive the autopsy report?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you discuss the findings with the pathologist prior, like after you got the report, just to kind of clarify some things for yourself?
I know I talked to her after the statement from Grace.
Okay.
And I was asking her questions regarding rigor mortis and hyper mortis, and she sent me some information on it to help me understand how all of that works. And then I also, if you don't mind, I'd like to refer to my notes.
You may.
Oh, yes. Sorry. I also asked her about smothering, if there's any signs and things of that nature, what to look for, if there's anything that she would be able to tell from an autopsy regarding that.
Okay. Before we get to Dacia's interview, I do want to just go through a couple things from the scene and the places that you were specifically looking at. So I'm going to, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
And defense has already looked through these this morning. I'm going to show you what's been marked for purposes of identification as 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Do you recognize those folks? You can look through all of them. Take your time.
Yes, ma'am.
And are those photos true and accurate from your scene investigation at the Burton Avenue address, this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I would move 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 in evidence.
No objection. We should have stayed 7 through it, including 10, 12 through and including 16 admitted without objection.
And I'm going to just show them on the All right, Detective Davis, State's Exhibit 7 is just the outside of the house that you responded to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State's Exhibit 8, this is the swing that was in the front room, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why was that relevant to you? Was that a part of some of her initial discussion of what happened that night?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 9, is that how everything was when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there on the couch is Alana covered up with a blanket. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then State's Exhibit 10 is Alana on scene that day. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In State's Exhibit 12, this is that couch, but just the couch after she was removed.
Correct.
And is that from, so after Alana was taken away, would that have been like when you guys were doing the reenactment and whatnot?
I believe so,
How that
yes.
looked? Okay. Now State's Exhibit 13 and 13, 15, and 16, is this the bedroom where Dacia and the baby were supposed to be sleeping?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's an adult bed and there is a pack and play, but I think Kirsten Bryant has already described that it was full of items. And State's 15 is just another view of that, is that correct?
Correct.
Same room. And State's 16 is more focused on the pack and play, is that correct?
It is, yes.
And then State's 14 is that the children's room where the other two minor children were sleeping?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and why, obviously the area where Alana was is relevant. Why are the bedrooms and the sleeping arrangements relevant to your investigation?
It shows us a layout of the residence and the house and how everything was, and it could be relevant depending on the statements that were given during the investigation.
Okay. And so the swing that we saw, that would not be considered a safe place for an infant to sleep?
Correct.
And the couch that we saw would not be considered a safe place for the infant to sleep?
Correct.
And obviously pack and play that was full of things would not be a safe place for the infant to sleep?
That's correct.
And it is also not safe for an infant to be sleeping in bed with a mother. What was?
You're mumbling.
Sorry. The bed that the mother was sleeping in would also not be a safe place for the infant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So that was your scene investigation, and then fast forward, you'd gotten this other information. Do you finally bring Dacia in for an interview once you got the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was she advised of her rights prior to giving you an interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. I'm going to show you what's been marked for purposes of identification as State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 17?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It's the advice of rights form that we go through with anybody that we bring in who's a potential suspect.
And do you go through that in the written form and verbally with her?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she state she understood and signed that and agreed to speak with you?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I would move states 17 into evidence.
No. Show 17 admitted without objection.
And I'm also going to show you states 18. Do you recognize this recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the audio or video recording of the statement during the interview that I took on the follow-up interview. Apologize.
Okay. And that's the video recorded interview on January 18th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you reviewed that disc prior to today?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a accurate representation of your interview with Dacia on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I would move states 18 into evidence.
No objection. Show 18 admitted without objection.
And by agreement of the parties, the court is going to watch that at a later time. So I will just move.
This is the 3-hour tape?
Yes.
Okay.
I will just move on. Ultimately, at the end of that interview, Dacia made statements to you about a different version of events. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what specifically did she tell you happened kind of ultimately?
Ultimately,
by the end of it, she did tell you a couple versions in that interview. Is that fair?
yes.
What is the final version that she told you?
The final version was that basically she was high on what she took that she believed was called, it was a rolling pill. That's how I was referred to it, but she believed it was Molly.
And what is Molly?
Oh, I apologize. Molly is a drug that kind of gives you, it's an upper in a sense, but it kind of gives you this relax, like everybody knows it as a love drug or something along that line. That's the best way I can describe it. But it's an illegal substance that individuals take to relax.
Okay.
And
would it be consistent with like MDMA or ecstasy?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about? Okay.
Sorry.
That's
yes.
okay. So she told you she was high and what?
So basically she said that she was high and she was tired and Alana had been crying, and ultimately she ended up picking up Alana and facing her towards the crease in the couch. So if you have the back of the couch and then the seating area, she placed her right here face towards the crease.
And once she kind of made those statements to you, did you arrest her at that time?
I spoke with a prosecutor about everything, and then, yes, ultimately I arrested her.
Okay. So after her interview that day, did you get any additional search warrants as a part of your investigation?
I did. She had a couple of phones on her. I do not believe either of these were the phones that she had at my initial investigation back in 2022. However, we still collected those, applied for a search warrant to search those phones, and try to find any information that we could relevant to the investigation.
So you got a digital forensics return
Yes,
on the phone, her phone data, but none of that was directly pertinent to your investigation.
Correct.
And at this point, a period of about 4 or 5 months had passed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I can just have 1 second, Judge. During Dacia's statement, she was, you were consoling her, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she was crying.
Yes, ma'am.
She was making statements to you as you were kind of comforting to her.
Yes, ma'am.
Are any of those statements things that you heard that are hard to hear on the video?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me about those?
Yes, ma'am. She was actually sitting on my lap and crying in my shoulder and had said that she did her baby wrong and said that she smothered her baby. I can refer to my PC for the exact statement, but.
Okay.
Said that she just needed sleep and that she smothered her baby and she should have never did Alana that way. She should have never turned Alana around.
Have any other questions at this time?
And I assume you're reserving the right to have additional questions after the court reviews 18?
Yes.
Does your defense wish to cross as to this part of the witness's testimony?
Yes, Judge.
You may.
Detective, you have been in the child abuse unit since July 2022.
Yes, sir.
And this came towards the end of August of 2022.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you were still supervised by a training officer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the officer was with you on scene that day. That day, 8/29/22.
Yes, he was on scene with me. I apologize.
And this was your first death, child death investigation. Is that correct?
As lead detective, yes.
Well, you were not lead detective before as far as the child abuse unit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this would have been your first case as lead detective in the child.
Yes.
Okay. Were you lead detective in any other type of investigation other than children death investigation before?
Other than, I'm sorry.
Child death investigation.
Yes, sir.
And that would have been in crimes not related to children at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Then what were you investigating before?
All I investigate as a child abuse detective is crimes against children. So we investigate physical abuse, we investigate sexual abuse, and we investigate death investigations of children, and we also investigate neglect cases such as overdoses or unsafe living conditions, things of that nature.
So between July, when you started in the child abuse unit, July 2022 to August 29, you have been lead detective in other cases, or you were still in training?
So I see what you're saying. I'll try to explain it so it's better to understand. I would get assigned my own cases, and Detective Hoke would get assigned his own cases. As I worked through my cases, Detective Hoke was my person to go to and to ask questions. Where did I go next? What did I do next? That type of thing. So yes, I was lead in multiple investigations. However, I was still being trained and guided throughout those investigations.
But before that case, there hasn't been just any other child deaths prior to this?
I was not lead on any other child deaths.
Okay. Now moving on. When you first walked into that scene, you immediately were thinking of unsafe sleeping conditions, that's right?
Yes, sir.
And you interviewed Dacia on scene that day?
Yes, sir.
It was a short interview?
Yes, sir.
About 7 minutes?
Roughly.
There was a little bit longer interview that happened with a DCS investigator.
The coroner.
Coroner.
Yes, it was the coroner, DCS, and myself all present.
And that was about 39 minutes or so.
Roughly.
And he was talking, mostly asking questions about standard of care questions in general about children and how she does things with children. Is that fair?
Correct, as the form is used during those child death investigations, typically.
So, you did say something today about her giving multiple stories. The multiple stories then would have happened in the January interview, is that right?
No, sir.
So she gave multiple stories on the 7 minutes that you did on 829? 7 minutes of interview?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. So you have interviewed Dacia Lacey 2 times, is that correct?
No, sir.
So you have interviewed Dacia
2 times that day or 2 times in general?
You interviewed her for 7 minutes on 8/29/22, and then you interviewed her for 3 hours on January 23.
Yes, sir.
That's correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so 2 interviews.
Yes, sir.
All right, so the multiple stories that she gave you were in both interviews, is what you're saying, or all in the 3-hour interview?
There was combinations between the statements I took from the officer and what he was told.
Okay.
Between what she said during the coroner interview, which I was present for, as well as my short 7-minute interview, and then again during the 3-hour interview.
All right. And we agreed that the coroner investigator was focusing on standard of care, SUDI information, yes or no type question, 4 that he went through. Is that right?
Part of that is how you found the baby. Part of that is part of my investigation as well.
Okay. Now, on 8/29, 29/22, you were talking or present while Dacia was talking for about 45 minutes between the 2 times, between the 2 interviews.
For most of that, yes, sir.
You did not notice her being high, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. No falling asleep, slurred speech, anything like that?
She was just really soft-spoken. That was the biggest thing that I noticed. And again, like I said, through trauma training, I didn't take too big of a stock in that.
You did not document or notice her being high, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you discussed during that interview with her, on that day, the day you reported to the scene, there was this conversation about putting Alana to bed around 2 a.m. Is that correct?
With she and I?
Yes.
Would have to refer back.
You can refresh your recollection. Also, if you have a copy of the probable cause affidavit, you may want to check that.
There was a lot of details, so I just want to make sure I'm correct.
That's fine.
Yes, sir, but I believe this looks like this was during the coroner's statement.
Okay, so there was a conversation about putting Alana to sleep around 2 a.m.
1 to 2 a.m.
Okay, and that's in putting her to sleep. This is also when the rubbing the water to her mouth was discussed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at the end of that day, 8/29/22, Dacia Lacey was not charged with any crimes.
Correct.
Children, as we heard previously, were not removed from her case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, I want to move on quickly to, we heard from David Lacy yesterday. You have not interviewed David Lacy, is that right?
That is correct. I spoke to him on scene, but I didn't interview him.
Okay. No recorded statement
No, sir.
from him. Okay. Now, we saw pictures here in court today that were taken. These pictures were taken on scene, but the child had already been removed, put on the floor by EMT, things like that.
Yes, sir.
That's right. In other words, this is not exactly how you, this is how you maybe this is how you imagine the child was, but you don't know for sure if that's how she really was or not.
That is correct. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Now, I'm going to move on to the later stages of the investigation.
Okay.
Going forward, at some point, you learn about Grace state, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you hadn't had the autopsy report yet.
That is correct.
So you talk to the doctor. Is that
Yes, sir.
And you tell the doctor about Grace's state. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Grace was then interviewed by a forensic interviewer.
Yes, she was interviewed.
And as you testified today, those are trained people to get statements out.
Not in that term, but it's trained individuals to be able to provide a safe environment for children to feel comfortable to be able to talk about whatever they need to talk
Whatever
about.
traumatic events that
Yes.
they have witnessed.
Yes, sir.
And they are trained to make the children feel safe so they can say whatever it is that they saw or know.
Yes, sir.
And Grace did not repeat in that interview what she had said previously.
That is correct.
Okay. And specifically, you testified today that these interviews are done in a non-leading manner. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to talk to you next about the reenactment video.
Okay.
You were there when it was done.
Yes, sir.
And Ilana had just been removed from the scene when it happened.
Yes, sir.
We saw an individual in that video. Was that the DCS investigator in the reenactment video?
There were a few people in the video.
Specifically, there was a man dressed in like black.
No, sir, that was the coroner.
Okay.
Theodore Fears.
Yeah, that was him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were there, so was your training officer at the time?
Detective, yes, sir.
Yes. Now, no other police or medical professionals were on scene during that reenactment video?
I'm not sure where the police officers were during the video, but we did have police on scene.
Okay. Now, you testified today that you were on a probation period for about a year.
Yes.
Is that right? And you also testified today to a number of training courses that you have done in 2023.
Yeah.
Since you have done the interview with Dacia in January, I believe it was January 18th of 2023, these training courses happened after that interview.
That is correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the I smothered my baby statement. At that point, detective, were you aware of other statements about I killed my baby outside the scene, outside the house, the day of the incident?
Are you referring to what Dacia's father said?
Correct.
I was not aware about that until yesterday in the courtroom.
Okay. Okay. You have never heard that before?
No, sir.
Right. Now, you testified today that she said in the 3-hour interview, I smothered my baby, but we will not be able to hear that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, as a trained detective, in general, trained detective interviewee, when someone makes what appears to be a confession, you are trained to elaborate and get more on that. Is that correct?
I don't know that I understand your question.
When
I
someone
apologize.
makes what appears to you to be a confession, as a detective, you are trained to get them to elaborate, talk more about it.
Yes. Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you try to do that in this situation, is that right?
That is correct.
And that did not result in us hearing I smothered my baby again, is that right?
Right. She didn't say I smothered my baby again.
Okay. So the one time she said it, only you heard it and we can hear it, is that right?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. even though when you try to get her to elaborate, she had just said it a minute or two earlier. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so, yes, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Detective, I want to talk to you about the crease of the couch.
Yes, sir.
That you testified to today. And as we said, the couch obviously didn't change position. The couch was always in that position. Is that right?
That is correct.
And is it fair to say the crease of the couch would have been towards Alana's left side?
I don't know how Alana was initially found to be able to tell you.
In the pictures we saw, is it fair to say it was towards the crease, her left side? The crease was towards Alana's left side.
Correct, but she had already been moved.
Correct, and I understand.
Okay.
And in the reenactment video, the manner that Dacia pointed or acted like she did with Alana also was, it was to her left side.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Redirect. Thank you. Great. I just want to circle back to a couple of things with that. So we'll start with just back to kind of the scene. You were asked about you walk in, you're looking for unsafe sleep situations. Is that always what you do if there's an infant death? Is that always something that you have to investigate?
Can you rephrase your question?
Sure. It was a long question. If you are responding to an infant death, is unsafe sleep always something you're going to investigate regardless of the circumstances?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That was better, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we had talked a little bit about kind of the drugs that Dacia thought she was taking or that she actually did take. Did you do some research on those drugs just so you understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And with meth, did you kind of learn that there was a come down period afterwards?
There is, yes.
And you talked to Dacia about that a lot in her interview, correct?
I did.
Okay. Now let's go to the forensic interview process. The purpose of a forensic interview is not to elicit a disclosure from a child. It's just to give them the space to disclose if they want to, correct?
That is correct.
So, in fact, an interviewer is prohibited by protocol from asking them direct questions.
Yes, a child forensic interviewer. As a law enforcement officer and also a child forensic interviewer, I would typically have leeway. However, I wasn't a child forensic interviewer at that time.
Sure. So the interviewer, that this is all they do, even if they know that the interview is about baby Alana, they can't go in there and be like, tell them about baby Alana.
Correct.
Okay. In your interview, we've kind of talked about, you hear her saying, I smothered her. And you did interview training prior to this interview. In your other law enforcement training.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, some of your detective and child abuse training has come after this case, but you did have a foundation of interview school.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, when you're hearing her say smother, you are repeating it back to her. Is that correct?
Yes, throughout the follow-up I did.
Okay. And I have that you probably said that to her about 5 times. Did she then ever come back and say, no, that's not what I said?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, she acknowledged to you that she was aware of things like not putting infants on the couch, not putting clothes around them, and things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we've talked a lot about Alana's positioning. The only person that knows how Alana was found is Dacia Lacey, correct?
That is correct.
And Dacia Lacey has not told law enforcement, CS, or anyone a consistent story about how Alana was found.
That's correct.
Nothing further. Oh, Judge, I do have omitted. I'll move State Exhibit 19 as the demonstrative, which is a transcript.
No objection.
All right, we'll show States 19 admitted for demonstrative purposes with the understanding that 18 is the actual evidence. 19 is there simply to assist the court at 18. Any differences between 18 and 19? 18 is the actual evidence. Anything further, State? Further questions from the defense?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Detective, you have not been present during the forensic interview, is that correct?
I was present.
When Grace was the interviewer in the room, you were there?
Not in the room. I was watching it live on a screen.
Okay, but so you were
I apologize. I didn't understand what you meant by
you were
present.
not in the room, but you did watch it. That's really my point.
That is correct.
And in that interview, baby Ulana was talked about, was mentioned by Grace, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Conversation was, she was discussed. Ulana was discussed.
Yes, sir.
Grace just didn't say the things that allegedly she said to everyone else outside that room. Is that right?
That's correct.
Because we did hear Jennifer yesterday testify to Grace saying this to the friends and family, someone at school or church, something like that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
She just didn't say it in the forensic interview.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Just briefly.
Okay.
Every forensic interview kind of starts with family dynamics, correct?
Yes, sir. Ma'am, sorry.
That's okay.
Nervous, sorry.
Then the interviewer can't ask anything about a specific day or event, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay. In terms of my notes, tell me again, when did Grace do her forensic interview? What day?
I believe it was January 7th, but I can check my notes really fast. Or I'm sorry, not January.
It was Grace, not Dacia.
Did I say Dacia?
No, but my question is
about Grace. Okay, yes, Grace. It was September 7th, 2022.
I believe you'd indicated that the pack and play was not a safe place for Alana to sleep, is that right?
Yes, sir. That pack and play had several items in it.
Right, so I'm clear, since in terms of my male lack of knowledge, we're looking at the item that states 15 and 16, correct? The blue rectangular object?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, was it unsafe because of the clutter that was inside? Or would it have been unsafe even if all the items contained within 15 and 16, or the pack and play? If it had been empty, would it have been in a safe place?
I honestly would have to see the bottom of the pack and play to know, because babies need to be on a harder surface, flat surface. Mm-hmm. Some pack and plays are different than others and are not safe.
But if it came from a manufacturer, generally you would have anticipated that it would have been a safe place, would it not?
Potentially,
I mean, you're not
yes.
saying pack and plays generally are unsafe.
Potentially, like I said,
because of the lack of hard surface on the bottom?
Yeah, and I've had other investigations where they were not safe.
Okay. But your primary determination for 15 and 16, I assume, was because of the clutter inside?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the bed itself would never have been a proper place, correct?
That is correct. You're referring to Dacia's bed?
Dacia's bed, right.
Yes.
A 2-month-old should never be sleeping with an adult.
That is correct.
In an adult bed.
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not on your initial investigation going to the scene that you didn't see any signs of the defendant being intoxicated or high at that time. And you noticed that she was soft-spoken, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Were you surprised when the tox results came back the way they did?
Not
Based on your observation of her?
Not really. The soft-spoken kind of makes a little more sense with someone coming off of meth, but I would have never guessed she had meth on board that day.
I think those are all the questions I have prior to looking at the actual statement itself. Questions on the court's question statement?
No.
Defense? Welcome, Judge.
And Judge, may we get a look at the pictures? Thank you. Detective, the rolling bill was taken that potentially that Friday before the Monday when you talked to the Friday or Saturday before the Monday when you talked to Dacia. Is that right?
That weekend, either between Friday and Sunday, from my understanding with the different statements I got.
Okay. Detective, I am going to show you State's Exhibit 14. That's, I believe, is another back and play. If the items that we see at the bottom of that were removed, would that make it a safe place to sleep then for infants?
I honestly wouldn't be able to answer that unless it was like right here and I could look at it and feel the bottom.
Okay.
Sorry.
There are items I think we can see in the picture. If we remove them and it's empty, would it be safe?
Again, I'm not able to answer that.
It's the same question I asked her, basically.
Yeah, sorry.
Depends on the quality and the hardness of the surface.
Yes, sir.
What you don't know.
Which I don't know. Yes, sir.
Ms. Lacey's here under 49D322301F1002-213. She's present in person, represented by counsel, state by deputy prosecutors. We're on third day of bench trial. At the end of conclusion of yesterday, the court had received all of the evidence and the exhibits, specifically including State's Exhibit number 18, which is a 3-hour videotape of the defendant's statement to Detective Hadley. The court has reviewed that. Both sides indicated that after that would complete all of the evidence. State, officially, does the state have any further evidence to present at this time?
No, the state will rest.
And does the defense wish to present any evidence?
No, Judge. Defense rests.
All right, that completes all of the evidence. Ms. Lacey, your attorney indicated that you did not wish to present evidence. I wanted to make sure you understand you have an absolute right to present evidence if you wish, including you have an absolute right to take the stand if you wish. You also have an absolute right not to take the stand and not to have that held against you. You understand that? Okay, I need to hear you say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, and your attorney's indicated you do not wish to take the stand. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you had enough time to talk with your lawyers about that?
Yes.
And you agree that that's a strategy that you wish to pursue in this case?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, with that then, the court then, having heard all of the evidence, then will turn to hearing argument from counsel. State, do you wish to present summation?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Carpenter, you may.
And Judge, the state is going to reserve time after defense closes to respond as well.
Okay. Given it's a court trial, I don't need to put a time limit on you all, do I?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right, you may proceed.
The state has charged Ms. Lacey with 1 count of neglect of a dependent resulting in death. It reads, on or about August 29, 2022, Dacia Lacey, being at least 18 years of age and having the care of Alana Lacey, a dependent less than 14 years of age, did knowingly place said dependent in a situation that endangered the dependent's life or health. To wit, placed Alana Lacey in a dangerous sleeping position, which resulted in the death of Alana Lacey.
The Supreme Court has told us that these cases of neglect causing death are an issue of proximate cause. Proximate cause is implicated. And they have said that generally an act or omission is said to be a proximate cause of an injury if the resulting injury was foreseen or reasonably should have been foreseen as the nature and probable consequence of an act or omission. And the legislature has made this offense a level 1 felony. In this case, we have a 2-month-old found deceased, and we don't know how she was found because the only person that can tell us that is Dacia Lacey. And she has repeatedly lied about what happened, and she has told multiple different stories about how Alana died. Starting with the 911 call, her initial story, she is blaming Julius, 1-year-old Julius, saying that her baby died of SIDS. And if you listen to the 911 call, Dacia knows Alana is dead. It is not a matter of she walked away for 20 minutes and came back with a pillow on top of her. If you actually listen, she's telling the person, I can't do CPR. She's not doing it. She knows Alana is dead. Officer Harvey gets there. She tells the story. She was on the couch with a bottle. I just went to get laundry. I was gone 15, 20 minutes. I came back, a pillow's over her, and the kids rolled on her. I saw her. She was fine at 9:30. That would have been less than an hour before. The reenactment. Now she's not sure how long she was gone. The pillow was over her and she was facing the back of the couch. New version of events. Grace, a couple days later, just a 3-year-old child, nobody questioning her, says, Mommy was mad and Alana was crying and Mommy put the pillow on her face. And finally, months later in her interrogation, after she is confronted with her multiple lies, after she is confronted with the fact that she was high when this happened, after she is confronted with the fact that the detective knows things and knows that she is lying, she finally says, ultimately, that she was high and that she just wanted Alana to stop crying and she just wanted to sleep. So she put her face into the cushion and left her there. Just left a 2-month-old. And she says, I knew you weren't supposed to do that. I know you're not supposed to put babies on couches. I know you're not supposed to have them around pillows. She was given all the information. That is something mothers are taught in the hospital, and she's had 4 kids. So she's been taught 4 times. The pathologist even said, as a physician, she couldn't leave the hospital before watching a video about how to keep her children safe when they're sleeping. It is what a mother is told, and it's what she knew she could not do. And she did it anyway, just so she could sleep off a high. The autopsy results completely undetermined, but what we know about what happened would not show on an autopsy. And the pathologist was very clear, any variance in a story will be undetermined, and I'm never going to decide a case based on a 3-year-old. Any variance. So whether that be Dacia's first story compared to Grace's story compared to the last story, or just Dacia's stories compared to Grace's stories, it doesn't matter. Any undetermined, or any variance is going to be undetermined. So that all supports what we know about what happened. So what Dacia did, because that's really who this is about, what she did. She's caring for a newborn and 2 toddlers while she's under the influence of methamphetamine. She's placing Alana in a dangerous sleeping environment. And this is really important. We talked a lot about unsafe sleep. This is not unsafe sleep baseline. Kirsten Bryan told the court, I go out on child fatalities all the time. Oftentimes, it is a tragic, unsafe sleep situation where a parent accidentally falls asleep and a child shifts, things like that. Dacia's actions go far beyond unsafe sleep, and that is into the dangerous territory. She is actively putting the child in a position to get her to stop crying. You have to look at her motivation, and her motivation, by her own admission, was to get her to stop crying so she could go to sleep. Something that simple she couldn't sacrifice for her 2-month-old. And she lied repeatedly about it because she knew what she did was wrong and she knew what she did was criminal.
And Dacia had every opportunity. Defense told you in opening statement that she was a struggling single mother. And she had every opportunity. That is just simply not the case. She had Jennifer. She had Jennifer going behind David's back to help her. She had her dad, who had been there raising her himself since she was a baby. He knew how hard it was for her because he was a single parent too. And at some point in her 30s, he decided to show her some tough love and just stop giving her money. But he still gives her his time. He still gives his time to her children. He still gives her his support. She had Julius's father. Jennifer testified to that. Oftentimes, Julius wasn't even there. He had a father that was involved in his life. She didn't have custody of her first child. She doesn't have Grace's dad to help her, but she has Jennifer and David, and she has Alana. She had a free home to stay in. She had job opportunities through Jennifer, none of which she kept. She had food brought to her. And most importantly, she had safer sleeping options that she chose to neglect using. There was a lot of questions about, is this pack and play safe sleep? And I don't think there was a conclusive answer because we don't have it here. But this is the part where I would tell the jury, use your common sense. It's going to be safer than putting your baby's face in a pillow or a couch cushion. So she could have cleared out that pack and play, put her in there, and just walked out. That's what they tell you to do with your baby if you can't handle it. Put them in a safe place and walk away. She didn't do that. She had every opportunity. It was right there at her fingertips. And she made the decisions that she did. And they are not accidents. They are not tragedies. They are not a series of unfortunate events. Even Grace told you the baby was sleeping in bed with mommy. That's where she slept. So the fact that Alana Lacey was alive 81 days later, for her to put her face in a couch cushion to get her to stop crying is a miracle. This was a prolonged series of active decisions by Dacia Lacey that caused Alana's death. And for those reasons, the court should find her guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, State. Does the defense wish to make final argument?
Yes, Judge. What happened on 8/29/22 was an accident. Dacia Lacey placed her child on the couch around 2 a.m. with a bottle and went to sleep. Sometime during that night and before the morning hour, Alana died. We know that because of evidence that has been presented. We know that from rigor mortis. While it cannot pinpoint an exact hour, we know that rigor does not develop instantly. That child, that morning, has been dead for a number of hours, which fits the middle of the night timeline. Positional asphyxiation has been specifically and the only cause of death that has been specifically excluded by the doctor. When questioned what are the options left, she kept SIDS or SUDI on the table, and she kept smothering on the table. She specifically said positional asphyxiation has been ruled out. And she didn't do that by mistake. She did that because the doctor looked at evidence, and that does fit the evidence. Lividity shows that. Pooling of the blood on the right side of the face, while the side of the couch is towards the left, shows that the child was not pushed into the side of the couch and did not suffocate by being pushed into the couch, like what the state just said. The child was alive and looking towards the right. In the reenactment video, we see Dacia picking the child from the swing and placing her on the couch. The side of the couch is to the left of the child, the right is clear, and the child is found later in the right direction, away from the side of the couch. That is lividity. For Dacia to do this instead, takes the child from the swing, turn around, and then put her this way would be unnatural. It doesn't fit the evidence, but more importantly, that means she fabricated her reenactment. The state accepted that reenactment. They did not challenge it. They video it. They took pictures of Alana's position because that's what they believed it happened, because that's what makes the most sense. Dacia had no reason to fabricate the reenactment because she had no idea about lividity evidence. We wouldn't know about that if we were not in this line of work. Most people don't know about pooling of the blood after the person dies. So positional asphyxiation, which frankly is a charge, has been ruled out by the state's witness. So how did and why did Alana die? It is called SIDS or SUDI, sudden, unexpected, and unexplained death of an infant. We can go through the factors, but I believe it was presented into evidence. It fits Alana to a T: age, race, situation, socioeconomic status. Everything matches a SUDI type death. The couch may not have been ideal position, but from what we could see, it is a firm surface, flat, it is not inclined. Dacia did what mothers are told to do when they are dealing with fussy children, to leave them alone, because crying is not gonna kill them unless it is SUDI. Don't put them right next to you because you can roll over them. That's what she did. There are statements that we heard in evidence. I smothered my baby. Or in David's version of events that he never apparently said before Monday, she said out loud, I killed my baby, I killed my baby. Any parent who is experiencing a child who dies while they are in their care would blame themselves. Frankly, that is the expected behavior. Otherwise, it will be unnatural. And otherwise, it will point towards guilt. She was blaming herself, yes. Did she say, I smothered my baby? We will have a detective who claims that she said that. However, that detective sitting with Dacia in a small room designed to record these types of things for 3 hours. The 5 seconds, the most important 5 seconds, which she says allegedly, I smothered my baby, are not captured. We cannot hear them. Then she says, she tries to get Dacia immediately after, oh, you smothered your baby. She does not get that affirmation. In fact, Dacia appears to be puzzled by this because she never said it in the first place. What happened, and I'm not calling the detective a liar here. What happened is the detective at that point, and for the last an hour and a half, she had this smothering idea in her head. Dacia's on her shoulder, whimpering, saying something, blaming herself. In the detective's mind, oh, she said smothered. Dacia never said smothered. This is why she doesn't acknowledge it, she doesn't elaborate, she doesn't try to explain it. Now I want to move on to talk about grace. Grace is important. Without grace, there is no case. The case was on scene, dealt with as a SUDI death. This is why they left 2 other very small children in her care. Did not try to remove them. She was not charged, she was not arrested until Grace, who at the time was 3 years old, started saying, Mommy put the pillow on the baby's face. Said that only when Jennifer and David are around, apparently. No one else testified to hearing that, other than these 2. herself in court starts by saying it and then recants, if we can really call it 4-year-old a recant, backs out of it, doesn't say it anymore, and starts to say, no, I didn't see it, on direct, and then she says it on cross. She says in court that she heard the other people, fire people and police people, talk about that. And I'm sure she heard Jennifer and David talk about that. She miraculously does not mention that in an interview by a forensic person who's trained for these types of situations in a non-leading way, doesn't say it. Doesn't say it. Allegedly, Alona also say, mommy killed her at the age of 3. And the word killed is very unnatural or unbelievable to be used by a 3-year-old. Grace appears to be coached. Jennifer testifies that she told Dacia that the baby probably drowned on milk. Again, showing that she's just trying to find any reason to blame Dacia. Obviously, the doctor ruled this out as well. The baby was not drowned on milk. In fact, the doctor said that her airway was not obstructed by anything. What Grace says does not fit the evidence. Plain and simple, does not fit the evidence, does not fit legality, does not fit rigor mortis, does not fit the timeline. Because to believe that, again, she said she did this, put the bill on her face, then called 911. Well, there is rigor mortis. Almost fully developed, which takes hours. Also, if that was the case, then the 911 call would have been completely fabricated, an act. The court did hear it, and the court can make an opinion about the 911 call that appears absolutely genuine. That is a woman who just found her baby dead. She is wailing, she is giving the proper reaction on the phone, begging someone to come help her, begging someone to get there. This was not a fabrication. So, I guess the question is, when did Grace see that? At night, and then Dacia went to sleep without any problem, and oh, by the way, she had to have done that. That is a murder. This is really a murder, which she's not charged with. And then goes to sleep all night long, and then wakes up in the morning, oh, now I have to deal with this. So she goes and fabricates, puts this class act on the 911 call. That does not fit the evidence. That is not what happened. State asks the doctor if the doctor would issue a report solely based upon what a 3-year-old did. They repeated it today, actually. But yet they are asking this court to put someone away for 20 to 40 years based upon what a 3-year-old may have said. State often, when they have a highly circumstantial case and all the circumstances going towards guilt, often joke and say, this must be the unluckiest person ever for all the circumstances to stack against them. One would have been maybe, but 2, 3, 4. In this particular case, this must be the unluckiest prosecution ever. For the I smothered my baby is not recorded miraculously. The rigor mortis and legality do not fitting the timeline. For the 3-year-old, now 4-year-old, to, in open court, goes back on what she initially said, clearly
talked about before and said initially, and then she goes back on it, for that same child to not say that when she is in a safe, no pressure, non-leading situation in an interview with a forensic person, interviewer. All of these things just somehow were missed by luck. No, they were missed, they didn't line up because they did not happen and because Dacia is not guilty. The last line in the autopsy, the doctor writes, there are no specific findings to diagnose smothering. Whether she's talking in general about smothering or specifically about this case, it really doesn't matter, because in this case there are no specific findings to diagnose smothering. So what are we left with? Why are we here, really? We are here because everybody, including Dacia herself, tried to come up with an explanation when there is none. Sudden, unexpected death of an infant. Everyone falls for this in this mistake, trying to find an explanation. There is none. Dacia blames herself. Of course, Jennifer and David blame her. Detective comes into the interview, in fact, comes into the house thinking, oh, something is wrong. Detective is inexperienced but very zealous. If we find, and to elaborate on what dangerous sleeping position might be in other situation, this would be putting a child on the edge of a pool. This would be putting a child in a windowsill. This would be putting a child, laying a child in a driveway while someone is working on their car and then another car comes and runs over them. These are dangerous sleeping situations. These are situations that will death or serious bodily injury would be foreseeable. Putting a child on a couch is not one of these situations. Dacia did not do that. Dacia did not, for example, ride in a car drunk with her baby unrestrained. This is not that. Sure, I'm not saying Dacia is a contender for Mother of the Year award here. I'm not. But what she did, we all do. All of us who have children. Every one of us who had a child, put the child on the couch at one point or another, and let the child sleep there. We were just all lucky that the child did not experience soothing when they were on the couch, or we would be in the same situation as Dacia. What happened was unforeseeable, unexplainable. If the court sees that simply placing a child on the couch was neglectful, there is a charge for that. Lesser included charge, a level 6 charge for that. If the court sees that putting a child on the couch was reckless, there is charge of reckless homicide, which in Indiana, if the facts are close enough, then any two charges can be lesser included with each other. That is if the court sees her behavior by just placing the child on the couch was reckless or neglectful in any way. However, that by itself did not result in the death of Alana, and the death of Alana was absolutely not foreseeable. In conclusion, absent clear showing that soothing was not possible, the state fails to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt, because soothing, as the doctor said, is on the table, is a possibility. Soothing is unexplained, unforeseen, unexpected. And if the court is faced with two scenarios, the law states that the court must go with not guilty. What happened was unexplainable, unexpected. What happened was Sudi, and we ask the court to rule that Dacia is not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mansour. State, you may close.
The Sudi determination, but this could be Sudi. The doctor could have said Sudi with external factors. That does not take the criminal liability off Dacia. It could still be considered Sudi for how she placed her, how she actively positioned her. It being Sudi with external factors is not mutually exclusive with her being guilty of this. So I want to talk about the evidence and what the state is actually presenting to the judge, because we are not hanging our entire case on the statements of Grace. I said that in first close. You can take Grace's statements out of it, you can put them back in. It is still a multiple story situation that ultimately culminates in her admitting what she did, that she took actions that caused Alana's death. We're not asking you to put her away for the word of a 3-year-old. Dr. Paul said, I'm not going to base a determination on a 3-year-old. Even if she had a consistent story that would lead her to know exactly what happened, if it's coming from a 3-year-old, that's not going to be enough. What is enough is these multiple stories, and all of them leading to her being criminally liable for these actions. And the court knows that children can't sequence time well, so how things happen that night in the timeline is going to be confused coming from her. But that's not what the state is relying on. I agree with Mr. Mansour that the reenactment video that we saw at the scene is not what happened. That defies logic. That is not what happened. Her taking her out of the swing and putting her on the couch facing outward is not what happened. That baby could not roll. That baby did not do this to herself. Dacia did this to Alana. So I agree, and that wherever her lividity is, it's inconsequential. The only person that knows how she's found is lying about what happened in that moment. And Dr. Paul said too, it depends how the body's placed and it can change. So lividity just shows that she had been dead longer than Dacia said. It doesn't say anything about how it happened. The detective, of all the people that testified about Dacia and how she was acting and how odd it was and how it's not what they expect, it was the detective that got on the stand and said, that didn't matter to me. I was giving her the benefit of the doubt until she told me she put her baby's face into a couch cushion and smothered her. She gave her every opportunity. And when she finally was able to confront her with some other evidence, that's when she got the story. And that's when she decided, okay, now I'm arresting you. At the scene, she was comforting, she was respectful. She waited until she had all the information. She collected whatever she could, but she was like, I don't know what I need yet, and I don't want to mess this up. Zealous, thorough. She was thorough. She had all her ducks in a row before she brought Dacia in and confronted her with what she did. She wasn't yelling at her. She was trying to reason with her, comfort her. And Dacia finally told her what she did. And it is hard to hear. But the detective says to her, you smothered your baby. She never says, no, I didn't. She never contests that. She says things like, it was an accident, which I'm sure she wants to believe. But you can't claim something is an accident if you know the actions that you are taking are reasonably going to lead to another cause. And she knew that. She knew that because she's talking about, go through your statement, she's talking about safe sleep stuff everywhere. I know you're not supposed to sleep, like you can roll on babies, you're not supposed to put them on couches, you're not supposed to put them near pillows. This is her 4th child. She knows. You don't get to just put your head in the sand and act like you don't know the consequences. I can't just run up to somebody and punch them in the face and say, I didn't know it was going to hurt, so I can't be held liable. That's ridiculous. And it's insulting to mothers everywhere to say that what she did is the same act as a tired mother who makes one mistake, because she had been making mistake after mistake. Unsafe doesn't even begin to cover it. It was dangerous. She said herself that couch was fluffy. She's putting her baby's face in the crease of it. And you don't even have to hear her say the words because she shows you finally. She shows you in the video and puts the baby face into the cushion and says, I just wanted her to stop crying. I just wanted to sleep. Something as simple as she wanted to sleep because she had gone out and gotten high. And that was worth putting Alana's 2-month-old face into a couch. And now she's saying it was an accident. And just because she has gotten away with having her child in an unsafe sleeping situation up until that, and then when she crosses the line from unsafe, still unsafe, unsafe, into blatantly dangerous, into blatantly taking actions that she knows as a 30-year-old mother of 4 will reasonably cause the death of her infant. In that moment, she didn't care. In that moment, her sleeping off her high, was more important than 2-month-old Alana's life. That was more important to her than her little brother and her sister having Alana in her life. That was more important to her. And just because no one else has ever held her accountable doesn't mean that this court can't today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, lawyers. Well argued and well presented case. Court will be in recess for 15 minutes. Check its notes, update everything, and we'll render a verdict at that time.
All rise.
Breaking right now, a verdict just reached in the neglect death of a 2-month-old girl.
And Judge Mark Stoner ruled within the last hour that Dacia Lacey did not commit a criminal act of neglect that resulted in her 2-month-old baby's death. But there was no medical or physical evidence presented at trial to show that the baby was smothered or that she died from suffocation. The judge said that the charges were not appropriate in this case.
Court accordingly enters judgment of not guilty, reluctantly. I do hope that you will take the opportunity to get the counseling that you need, to get the counseling for the children that you need, that you learn from this behavior, and hopefully the rest of the community learns from this behavior, that you cannot go out and party on the weekend and be with children.
Toxicology report did show meth in Dacia Lacey's system, but Judge Mark Stoner said if she had been charged with reckless homicide or involuntary manslaughter, he could have found her guilty. But she's not guilty of neglect of the dependent resulting in death. Dacia Lacey has been in jail for a little over a year since her arrest in this case. She will be free later today.